What is going on, Head-to-Head Nation? It's first day of school. I'm back with my buddy Andy Cleveland, and we are bringing the bass action today. Head-to-Head bass event number 1, Little Lake Butte. Place has been kicking them out all spring long. I can tell you these head-to-head guys have been chomping at the bit to get out here. They have all been hitting the water hard, and they are all practiced up. Now it's game day, where the rubber meets the road, and I can't wait to watch it go down. Andy, how you been?
I've been great. I tell you what, if there is one event to come back from a long winter to watch some fish catches, it is Little Lake Butte. This place in the springtime is notorious for attracting bass guys because it has some killer bass in it. We have seen, as you said, this spring, big fish, a lot of fish. I have no qualms about there should be that happening today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We saw some of our head-to-head anglers competing in some tournaments before the head-to-head season started. Some 4-pounders, some 5-pounders. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 6-pounder today. Andy's gonna jump out of his chair if that happens, but I don't want to overhype it, but just like that first Walleye League event, we got the makings of some record-breaking stuff here if these fish actually turn on.
Well, we do. You know, it's a great fishery, but the other thing that I'm really excited about is there has been some changes to our format. You know, mainly the scoreable fish came down from 2 pounds to 1 pound, and then we have all the anglers fishing in the morning. Right. So in preparation, they got defibrillators in here for us because things are going to be getting crazy.
Yes, they are.
A lot of action. I cannot wait. And we have got some old faces. Yeah. We've got some new faces.
That's right.
And this is going to be a lot of fun today.
Absolutely. We have some teams returning. We have the Lees are back. Frederick and Trudowski are back. Ty Hansen's back with a new partner. Mitch Van Aert is also back fishing with his dad. It'll be interesting to watch that dynamic all season long. We're going to get to see that match here. Not in this first event, but along the road we will. And then we got Malik and Gagnow returning. Fan favorites. Great on camera. Great personality. But we also got a lot of new faces. You look at Matt Steffen. If you paid attention to the FLW Tour, MLF, Bassmaster Opens, the guy's done it all. And he's here on Little Lake Butte facing off against Hansen and Poila. That's going to be a match to watch. You look at the Lees versus Frederick and Trudowski. Both teams returning. Both teams put up strong performances here last year. Kind of that smallmouth versus largemouth. When you think the Lees, you think smallmouth. When you think Frederick and Trudowski, you think big string, a beaver, some heavy cover, and they're going to put it on them. Yep. Look at Warden Keene. They're back this year facing off against the Van Aerts today. Another good matchup. The Van Aerts, obviously we watched them with Tyson last year. Put up a great performance. They mixed in both smallmouth and largemouth last year, so it'll be interesting to see how that team dynamic goes, whether they trip over each other's feet. Little Lake's not a big lake. No. Hence the name. So there's a chance that we could see a lot of anglers fishing real close to each other today.
You're exactly right, because at this time of year, you know, we're into pre-spawn right now. Yep. They're going to be, when you look at where we're at as far as in the season, you know, about a week and a half, 2 weeks away from a full moon, and it starts that spawning phase, but pre-spawn, things are typically a little bit more grouped up. They're a little bit more concentrated. And on Little Lake, there are a few key spots. Last year, Casey and Kyle blew this event out of the water.
Absolutely, lapped the field.
I'm gonna be interested to see what happens with that specific spot.
Absolutely.
We have 10 teams on the water instead of you know, last year we had 6 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon. So absolutely a lot more pressure as far as the head-to-head guys.
Yeah, and we'll see if anyone trips over each other's feet. There's certainly potential. Watching the cameras before we went live, there's some guys who are like real close to each other. So it'll be interesting to watch that dynamic as we go. We got Ben Tesh, Brian Tesh, the Teshes. They're taking on Malika and Gagnow. Another great matchup. The Teshes have spent a lot of time on the Winnebago system. So have Tony and Jeff. We'll see how that goes. I mean, once again, you see both that smallmouth and largemouth, and both species are going to play. Watching the weights this year, watching the results, we've seen a lot more great largemouth fishing on this fishery than what we've seen in the past. So
it's like the largemouth it's like a hidden secret on that lake,
Right.
because the smallmouth are so predominant.
Yep.
It's like when you go there, and the thing about Little Lake is it gets hit really hard in the beginning of the year because typically it's the first lake that doesn't have ice, right? Well, then as soon as the other lakes start thawing out, the pressure on Little Lake gets a lot less.
Right.
However, because of the quality of fishing over the last couple of years with the weights, this place has already had 2 pretty decent sized tournaments on it. And like you said, some of our head-to-head guys have been out there doing battle.
Absolutely.
So it's gonna be good.
Yep, and then wrapping up match 5, kind of the battle of the young guns here. We have one half of our returning championship winning team from last year, Riley Richard, with a new partner. John Hammond Jr. I don't know much about the kid. I like it. High school angler, got that young blood. It's going to be interesting to see how those two mesh in the boat together. From what we heard at Meet the Anglers, they've spent some time together, but at the end of the day, it wasn't long since I've been in high school, and I can tell you my decision making when I was in high school probably is not as up to snuff as you might see out of Dale Neubauer and his son Grant.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's talk about Riley real quick. He is 16 last year fishing this. So he is a whopping 17 years old, returning as one half defending champions to this field of hammers.
Yeah.
Do you think he's feeling a little bit of pressure today?
I sure would be. I sure would be. And that's absolutely something that's got to be top of mind for him. I mean, they put up such a great performance, ended the season as good as you could end it.
Right.
We're right back over again. Now the hunt for number 2 starts, and I can tell you that they're going to be in the hunt for it all year long. Those 2 kids are sharp. We talked to them at the Meet the Anglers. How their decision-making kind of goes at the beginning, it'll be interesting to see how it compares to at the end and watch those 2 grow as anglers throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year when you rewind, Riley, they had a very tough outing on this lake last year. So it'll be interesting to see what he's learned from that and what adjustments he made. Yeah. So just watching the growth of that. So
absolutely.
That's going to be a lot of fun. And, there's so much stuff to talk about throughout this. We'll get into talking about the format, but kind of the hidden thing that I'm excited about is you had last year our number 1 seed team, right?
Yep.
They're apart this year.
Right.
Mitch and Tyson. And it's no secret, they didn't necessarily gel all that well.
Right.
I don't want to say that there was any animosity. It's just styles clash.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And both of them on their own, very good anglers.
Yeah.
So what's going to be interesting is to see the difference in how they want to approach it. Because I think this year they're going to spend more time each fishing to their strengths.
Absolutely.
Instead of trying to compromise to something they don't fully believe in.
Right, appease the other half.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, if you've been outside, if you've cracked the window this morning, you have certainly noticed that it is a little chilly out there. Take a looking at that Sportimotive weather watch. We got cold temperatures this morning, Andy. It started down low, 35 degrees this morning. I think that's the lowest low that we've had in a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's pretty chilly.
We got 30 degrees for the real feel. Everyone's bundled up this morning. The good news is Little Lake is a shallow lake. It warms up quick.
It does.
The flip side of that is it cools off quick, but we are supposed to have some afternoon warmth coming in, breaking clouds as we go through the day. Yep. We got a rising barometer, super humid 83%, and a light breeze 6 miles an hour out of the east. Wind out of the east, fish bite the beast, right? I don't know. We'll see. I'm ready to.
The other interesting thing about Little Lake Butte is really it's just a widening of the Fox River. And so inside this small lake, you have backwater slough areas, right? I mean, it gets pretty nasty. You have your typical lake structure. Right. There's also a lot of artificial cover out there, right?
Absolutely.
A lot of rocks and things like that. But you also get a lot of current. And this time of year, that water is moving. Yep. And so you get current. So for being such a small lake, It is so dynamic.
Absolutely it is.
It fits a lot of different strengths. Now, granted, this time of year, it's not like you're going to go slop fishing.
Right.
So it's not going to appeal to all of the different, but it's very diverse.
Yes.
Largemouth, smallmouth, current, lake, shallow.
Yeah.
It's diverse, unique, and that's what makes it such a dynamic and awesome fishery.
100%. I can tell you from traveling the country when I did fish in college, this is as close to a southern style reservoir as we get up here. That's not a natural flowing river. We got the 2 dams at the end. You have shallow largemouth cover, wood, docks, shallow rock, and then you go off the bank. You have offshore grass, you have offshore rock piles. You also have that industrial feel with all the factories around, pumping in warm water, pulling water out, all things adjusting the current. It's a super dynamic playing field, and although it's small, I think that you're going to see a lot of shots today where you go, are those guys even on the same lake?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I can't wait to see what happens because, this is just going to be such a...
Absolutely.
While it's chilly, it's a great fishing day.
100%. Absolutely. Let's get into the first day of school action. Let's send it out to some lines in jitters so you don't have to listen to me and Andy blabber anymore. Out to the water.
Like the... No, this stuff. Sealer?
No.
You need some?
No.
Yeah. You don't want your cork to rot.
God, it's so cold.
All right. No swearing, Ron.
Is it count or only at 7 o'clock?
I think technically 7.
Supposed to be pre-morning jitters.
Get it out of your system?
Oh my God. What was that? What was in that? I've been fighting with Ranger yet. To get that piece, they said it's my fault for ordering the wrong piece.
I know, I heard it.
And I'm like, well, you guys have the, boat number. You should know what's in the boat.
Well, they won't even talk to you unless you give them the R&G
Yeah, I
number.
call so much, they just identify me by
We need to know
phone
exactly
number.
what boat number you want. Okay, and I need that. It's like, okay, what part is it then? I'm like,
So the
you
guy
should
sent me
know.
an email, said it's my fault and I have to pay 20% to ship it back. And I'm like, I ain't paying 20% because you sent me the wrong piece anyways. Complain a bit.
It's good to see that nothing's changed with the old married couple.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Yep. And I think Ron stole them gloves from his grandma or something. Maybe he stole them off the job site. I don't know.
EWG.
I mean, he is bundled right up, but
I'm going to try.
gosh, how did they?
Just because it's a little more.
These, I like these.
Looks like they are
Yeah,
both
just a little more.
starting with the Bronco
lateral
puck.
than a flipping cast, probably.
What's going to be interesting is we've seen Ron and Chris, they are very much campers. It's like they pull into an area, they set up the tent, they get the campfire going, right? They get the pots cooking. What's going to be interesting is with the weights coming down from 2-pound scoreable to 1-pound scoreable, how that's going to work.
Right.
Chris Ron Point, they would have probably had 1,000 pounds last year.
No kidding.
Right, but some of the other places they went didn't necessarily have that catch rate.
Right. Yeah.
And now, granted, this year we're hitting a lot of different lakes.
Right.
So
I can't hear anything.
got some really good stuff coming up.
Yeah.
But, it'll just be interesting to see how their style meshes with a new format.
Right. Yeah, and like you said, we saw them catch a lot of 1-pounders, but towards the tail end of that season when they went on that playoff run, that was solely based on the big bite and outpacing their competitors with bigger fish.
Right.
Teasing.
Over to Hua Ming and his son Chi.
That looks like a team.
No motor, no nut.
As you can see, they have another team over their shoulder, and then they're yelling at what looks to be
Another team.
Tony and Jeff. All in good fun. These two know each other well.
3 boats in 100 yards. What could go wrong?
10 boats on the water, and we got 3 of them starting within eye shot. I love it.
You were spot on.
Yep.
You know, this lake, it can fish small.
This one good where it's at? You want me to move it?
Oh, that's
Move it to the other side.
That's fine.
What's crazy is you come here this time of
Unless
year,
you're fishing that side.
and
far
how
are you?
you
Half?
fish this lake, the cover that's on it, the grass, everything.
I got a better angle on the left
You
side.
come back in July, it is like,
matter.
it is a completely different lake.
Absolutely.
The grass, the slop, you know, it turns in from a smallmouth paradise to heavy punching,
Yeah.
flipping, frogging. It is insane.
Right.
Oh,
We are lines in.
shots fired.
We are underway. Bass League event number 1. One dragging, one reeling. Saw that a lot last year.
So let's talk about this real quick, Tyler. You know, for those people that are new to head-to-head fishing, let's talk about like the season-long format,
Yep.
kind of what it is that they're watching.
Yeah, so basically what we have on the line here today is one of your 7 wins or losses throughout the season. It's a 7-week long season. Every event is, as we said, it's standalone event counting towards a championship event. These guys will be scored wins and losses just like a football team.
Yep.
These are head-to-head matches. You can see now Jeff and Tony going up against Tesh and Tesh. When these matches might, and we got the first one of the season.
Look at this.
Tony starting right on cue.
Let's go. It's a scoreable. Not as big as we thought, but hey,
Yup.
still scores.
That's a
Yeah, it
decent looking
does.
fish yet, though. Well, of course, it's going to take a while to get our eyes back.
Yeah,
adjusted to
absolutely.
the season, but
Camera zeros. Don't forget about that part.
I'm not 100% it would have scored last year, but with that 1 pound minimum this year, this is what we were looking for, movement on the scoreboard.
Go.
Come on.
Oh, I just broke off on one.
Oh,
What the heck?
1 pound, 12 ounces.
112. That one will score over the gunnel, and these guys are on the board with the first one of the season. A 112 for Tony and Jeff.
Good one that I broke off on. I don't know how I broke off, but
Hey. Okay, we're doing.
so walk through what they have to do right now.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so you saw them net the fish. Obviously, we saw with the Lees last year, you don't have to net them if you don't want to. But get them in the boat, get them on those Weigh Live scales. You record that weight into a browser on your phone, which comes here to the studio, and then into the score tracker it goes, and you're on the board.
That's awesome.
This is total weight deal. We have no limits here at Head to Head. Everything over 1 pound counts towards the bottom line. And that's where you see like that runaway match like we saw here last year with Casey and Kyle, 107 pounds. You can have those kind of matches, but we also saw last year a lot of 1 and 2 fish matches where in a 5 fish tournament over 8 hours you'd go, geez, that was a horrible day. But here with Head to Head, you got to do what you got to do to win those matches to get you in the playoffs.
That's right. It's about winning, getting the win.
Somebody get this guy some grease. Do you hear that?
First look at Hansen and Poila hooked up.
It's Tina.
Oh no.
Oh, it's a dang gator. Son of a gun.
Man.
Why?
You think he was queued up?
That pike doesn't know what area code he's in anymore.
No, he sure does not. Over the gunnel, good
Oh,
work.
he's so slimy. Here, let me get that for you.
Oh my God.
What?
Okay.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
go.
Tyson has another thing to deal with now in the boat.
Yep,
You know, we talk about
Oh,
keeping
that
your
feels
head in the
so
game.
good.
And sometimes there's things that
So
distract you. from
correct.
that.
Correct.
Time to move. We've already sat here too long.
Too long without a bass.
Oh, no.
So this spot last year is where Frederick and Twardowski, they camped out.
Yep.
And they ended up catching a stud.
Yeah.
I think
that's
they
a treat.
caught the big bass.
Big bass of the
that?
season. Big bass of the
Was it
season.
of the season?
Yep, 5-pounder.
Wow. Yeah, it was awesome.
First look at Warden Keene.
Oh, does he have he's rocking the bass stash.
That's right.
away this
It's
year.
back. Back and bushier than ever. That is some fantastic volume on that mustache.
Do we know the status of the mullet?
Uh-oh.
Matt Ward.
Matt Ward
hooked up.
says get the net.
Dumped it.
Nice.
So I think these are the guys that we were looking at on the Lee's boat that were just behind
Yep.
them. You know, they're part of that trio that's over
Yeah.
there.
Get him.
You gotta set the tone.
Nice smallie to get it going.
Come on, boys.
All right, what's your bet?
Absolutely.
I'm going to say
I think that one would have went last year, yeah.
I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Keep me hot.
Yeah, I think it's a 2-6.
There we go.
I got to get my eyes
There it is.
adjusted too.
Get you
I
some of
just
that.
haven't seen many bass yet this year.
not nearly enough.
Not nearly enough, that's for sure.
Working it real slow.
Oh,
Dead stick in it.
way bigger than we thought. Hold still.
3-7.
Wow, yeah. I hope we're wrong in that direction all day long. We'll take those all year.
If two guys ever undersize
Yeah,
something
both small items.
by like a pound.
Jeez, unreal. Who let Patrick Walters in the studio?
I know the app isn't.
The boys came to play this morning, just like we saw in that walleye event.
Yeah, congratulations to all them walleye anglers head to head.
That was incredible.
Definitely sand.
Fantastic.
Watching it back, I could not pick out more than 10 minutes of dead time that entire show. And
Yeah,
it seemed like every fish was a big one.
Yeah, it was kudos. So here we go.
Hooked up.
Van Aerts.
From one side of this matchup to the other.
Not a very big one. Is he even a pound?
Might.
Mitch Van Aert and his dad Dave.
Oh my gosh. That is the smallest fish I've ever seen.
Ooh, I think we got our first dink of the season too.
Well, you might have to pull on the tail when you weigh that one.
Gonna say.
You can check it. I don't know what a pound fish really looks
That ain't a
like.
pound. I don't believe.
Might be.
Don't know what a pound fish looks like. And knowing Mitch and his dad, they probably don't know what a 1 pound fish looks like.
No.
They don't spend much time in that 1 pound department.
Oh.
Oh,
Under the gunnel? Uh-oh. We're sitting
wrong
2 minutes
side of the gunnel.
See, this is an example of, you reach a certain age and you have
Yep.
to parent your parent.
That's right. Exactly right. Yep.
You just cost us 2 minutes.
Come on, Dad.
All right, Dad, you need to sit down and think about this.
Time out. Time out.
Talk about your game plan a little bit.
Yeah, so we're going to be fishing smallmouth. I think with the weather, with being so cold last night, I think the largemouth bite's going to be tough. So we're going to be just fishing the river most of the time, probably for smallmouth. Hopefully it works out. We'll see. It's not like loading here. Let's
Well, as they enter that penalty, we
It's
only
not, there
have
we go.
3 here in
penalty.
head-to-head fishing that occurred during the match. We have a 2-minute
No.
Over the gunnel penalty. Every fish, no matter the species, if it comes from the water and it lives and breathes, it has to go back in the water under the gunnel. We also have the not entering and casting again penalty. So in that situation, we're hooked up here with the Teshes, it looks like. Brian Tesh hooked up. This is a great example. So when he lands this fish, he has to process, one of the team members has to process this fish and get it in the tracker before they can get back out there.
Right. And it doesn't have to be the person that caught the
Correct.
fish. It's just one team member cannot return to fishing until that's entered in.
Correct.
And then what is the third? Oh my gosh.
There's a nice one. Yep, so you see there, Brian is back out there. Ben is taking care of this one. And then we also have a 5-minute potty mouth penalty. Watch your mouth or you're going to be sitting for 5 minutes.
That doesn't appeal to us, too.
No, yeah, it sure does. Ours is double. Oh my gosh.
Oh!
Here we go. Little Lake double.
This could get interesting.
Get that fish entered. No, enter it. I'll net this one.
Now, this looks like it could be the area last year.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're close to it.
Kyle and Casey lit the place on fire.
214. Good.
You know, one advantage that we did see last year is the younger anglers being more tech savvy.
Correct. We sure did.
So
We saw Brian give a lot of fish to Riley. That one's not nearly as big as the first one. First one, 214. Second one, 111. There it is.
Scoreboard.
Absolutely they are. You know, and in a 5-fish tournament, that 111 doesn't do much, but those first 2 catches back to back just like that, 4-9 to Malik and Gagnow's 112. Speaking of the devil, there they are. Good to see Jeff up, doing good.
yeah, he had quite an off season.
Yeah, he did. Tony's hooked up.
He's running at us, but
Tony also had a heck of,
Yeah, he
those
did.
are wondering if that's
Out of the
Tony from
trolling
last
motor, out of
season.
the trolling
It
motor.
is. He had a heck of a transformation.
Out
It
of
is.
the trolling
It's half
motor.
of Tony, but it is.
Yeah.
okay, he's coming out. Boom!
Ooh,
That's a
look
freaking
at that one.
Oh!
Look at the colors on that one too.
You know, last year, the Lees
Let's
had this
go!
area to themselves. Now,
Yep.
this is by no means a secret spot.
No, absolutely not.
But the Lees did have it to himself. This year, they're sharing it, and so far, the Lees are the only one that we haven't seen catch it.
Correct. That might turn this match.
14 ounce.
314.
Oh!
All right.
Uh-oh. Cash.
What a fish for those guys. Turns that match right back over. And they talked about it when they were here for the Meet the Anglers. They specifically talked about Event 1 last year. They started right here last year
Yes.
and bailed from what they say too early because the Lees came in behind them and mopped up almost all of that 50 pounds that they put on the board last year.
They did, and they did that in short order. They
Yes.
did that in 2 periods.
Correct.
They, the Lees for the first half of the event were wandering around, and then it was the second half that they
He just moved up.
just hammered that weight.
Correct.
Have they all been on the same line?
Yeah. Yep.
Man, this event's starting off just like we hoped it would, on fire.
They don't want a slow drag, they just want these like little hops.
Yeah.
Like tiny little hops. It also helps you keep it out of the snags that are down there.
But near them.
All right, well, it is the first live shopping experience of the season for the bass events. We are going over to Tyler Corey, and I just gotta say, I got a sneak peek at some of these deals. Crazy. I can't wait to hear the price tags that he's putting on these. So let's go do some live TRS shopping with Tyler Corey.
Welcome in. The Basterminds podcast layer is taken over by TRS Live Shopping. Just like the walleye event, just like last year, we got some smoking hot deals for you. Before we dive into the deals, want to remind you this is TRS Live Shopping. If you've never been inside the Reel Shot, it is an all-encompassing outdoor experience. Hunting, fishing, outdoors, camo, ammo, you name it, we got it in these doors right here. We're going to talk specifically about the fishing stuff today, but if you've never been in and you're from the area, what are you doing? You are missing out on one of the best retailers for outdoor equipment in the upper Midwest. Got the biggest JDM section out of anybody. If you're getting into that kind of stuff, we got walleye, we got big lake, we got everything for bass fishing. Steal a line from one of my favorite podcasts. It is as dreamy as those southern tackle shops that you have heard and seen about, and it is right here off of 1919 East Calumet Street in Appleton, Wisconsin. So here we are. We got the first live shopping deal of the day, and if you recognize these green packages, you have probably caught some bass in your lifetime, and you probably know that these suckers never go on sale till today. We have 25% off all Yamamoto Senkos. That is every single bag that we have in this building is 25% off today only. We got the Ned Senkos. We got the 3-inchers. This is a Kyle Carpenter favorite right here. We got the 4-inchers. Wacky rig 'em, Texas rig 'em, Nico rig 'em. You cannot go wrong with the 4-inchers. And everyone knows the power of the 5-inch Senko. Today only, 25% off. You can get that deal online. Head to thereelshot.com. It'll be under the TRS Real Deals tab. While you're on the Real Deals tab, you're going to see we got a whole bunch more stuff on sale, ready for you guys to buy. If you're unfamiliar with TRS Real Deals, that is a weekly promotion. Every week, new deals go up on there. Just a flash sale on some items. Runs for 7 days. Not like these deals. You heard about it on live shopping. That deal is done today, but the rest of our savings on there run through the end of the week. They're available till Sunday. So while you're over there checking out the 25% off every color, every size, every make, every model of the Yamamoto Senko, be sure to check out the TRS Real Deal deals as well. Well, until top of the hour, I will see you guys later. Let's look at some, well, actually, I'm just going to slide on back over to the studio, and we're going to get back to that bass catching action. See y'all.
All right, great deals. We're going right back to the Lees. Man, there are some smoking deals that he's whipping out there. Everybody needs more Senkos. Every make, every model, every color. That is fantastic. So the Lees, they're fishing around a couple other guys this morning. Whew, that live shopping is on fire.
You ever caught a bass on a Senko?
How did you get from there to here?
I teleported.
It's magic.
Yep, that's magical things going on. Out on Little Lake Butte too, magical things. Finally, we get to see the Lees hooked up.
Put some fish on the board.
Finally, we act like it's been forever. It's been 20 minutes. We're just spoiled this morning.
It's about time. Thanks for saving me one.
Nice small move.
Go in the back of the boat if you need to. digging hard now. Huh?
Appears as if they stuck with the
I think he
theme
wants
from
me to
last
grab him
year.
the way he's swimming towards me. Do
No
this
landing
to
nets needed. God, that
I'm
is a
gonna
nice
have a
one
heart
too.
attack. I am gonna have a freaking heart attack.
Quit playing with him. Grab him.
Uh-oh.
Come here, you.
Did I hear double?
You. Grab him. I got him. I got him.
Ah, that's a nice
got
one
him.
too. Heck yeah.
I got him.
Uh-oh. Did he call his shot? What is going on? Oh, that's a beauty too.
And I've talked to him
Mine feels
face to
weird.
face about the net issue. I don't know what it is.
Nope.
I don't get it.
He will not give it to you.
Remind me later.
Oh my God.
Don't show again. Zeros?
Got it.
I mean, that looks well over 3.
Yeah, it looks like he's got something down there in his gullet too.
Dude.
Oh, first 4-pounder of the season.
4-1.
4-1.
4-1?
Yeah.
4-1. Nice. I got a nice largemouth.
Nice fatty.
She is just in the
Yeah.
back, doubled over.
There you go. Girl.
Got it? Need me help?
Yeah, here, grab him.
The landing
4-1 and then way down real quick. Yeah. Cut.
Okay, I just had to get that out of my system.
That was a 4-1 to start it, and this looks like a beauty largie to back it up.
Look at that thing.
Wow. Oh.
4-1, smallie. Next fish, 3-3.
3-3 largie.
Largemouth.
Wow.
And that's what we saw them do last year
Yep.
at this
4-1
spot.
and
They had
3-3.
both largemouth and smallmouth intermingled together.
That's right.
No big motor.
Gosh.
We're out of big motor. Just to let you guys know.
That's right. They're having some
gotta
boat
go
issues
fishing.
this morning. They don't have a big motor. Well, I think it's still on the boat.
Yeah.
They didn't-
It is there.
They didn't Tyson Hansen the thing.
Just don't think it works.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they didn't deep six Tyson Hansen it.
Correct. Yep, they kept it on the back, but not working.
That was still one of the craziest.
Oh, my
years
gosh.
he had. Kudos for him for he gets the Perseverance Award. Here we go. Tony's hooked up again.
Tony's got the hot hand this morning.
Let's go.
See how easy that was with the net?
Yeah, I was going to say,
It's just boom. It's
just
in.
like that. And he's in the
It's
boat.
Okay, I gotta let this.
Are you out there? Yeah. You're over there. You're tangled up.
It's like eating bananas in a bowl.
Exactly.
Mang's hooked up.
Zero.
Let's go, Mang.
Not nearly as big as that first one we saw come across the board for these guys, but like we talked about, every fish moved the needle. So
1 pound, 11 ounces.
111
At least I'm consistent.
for Tony Malika.
11, 12, 11, 1. Or 111. I mean, 111,
You know,
112.
and you go back to the format last year. These would not be scoreable.
Correct.
You know, and so this is what is so awesome about the adjustments that were made.
Right.
We are moving the scoreboard.
That was absolutely the idea behind doing it. We had a lot of 1 and 2 fish matches last
Yeah.
year, but that was all that was caught the entire match was 1 or 2 fish. So we wanted to kind of get the scoreboard moving. I think we'll still see plenty of super close matches.
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
going to be higher weights that we're dealing with. Score tracker moving gives us stuff to talk about, gives you guys stuff to watch, and it really makes the competition more intense. Brian has given Ben a lesson here.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. It looks scoreable.
Yep. Another one. And the biggest thing that we kind of noticed last year was
From the boat.
obviously the 1-1s, the 1-2s, those aren't going to go if your size limit's 14 inches, right?
Yep.
But a lot of your 112s, especially on the Winnebago system, those are your 14.5-inch limit filler fish.
Absolutely.
So it was a shame last year to see some of those fish have to go back and not across the board.
Yep.
especially in some of those lower scoring matches. You know, you watch the tournament weights and you see so many guys on the Bago system, specifically in that 9 to 12 pounds, and those are those 112-pound fish with a little kicker. Right there, a 114 for Brian Tesh.
Nice job. You know the hardest thing about this is this lake is about not even 5 minutes away, and I have a boat that's right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're not kidding.
Man,
I'll come left.
Tony with that hot hand.
He is.
What's it like when you're around other boats and you're seeing the other guys just landing fish after fish after fish?
Yeah.
What does that do to your head?
It's mental warfare, especially under this format. Like when every fish counts, you know that that's counting towards someone's bottom line.
Come on.
Now we don't have anyone on this spot that's facing off against anyone else on this spot, at least at the moment, but like you said, it's a popular place, and I would be surprised if we didn't see some more company come in on this spot.
Now, you talk about what's kind of interesting is Jeff is sort of an expert
He fell
at weighing
off.
fish.
Correct.
In this,
He's
in
been
this
caught
format.
before.
He's also in the you know, not head-to-head season. He's an official for MLF.
Oh, that's a fatty too.
Locked in, 2 pounds, 13 ounces.
213.
213.
Jeez. We are not even a half an hour into today.
This is awesome.
You want to know why we kicked the season off on Little Lake again? You're watching it. Over to newcomers Grant and Dale Neubauer.
Waiting to get their first taste of the season.
You know, and a cool dynamic that we're going to see.
Oh, look at that hook set.
He's on the spinner pole. Good work.
Boy.
Man, I thought he missed it.
He got after that one.
Yeah, he did. I thought the fish dove under
Yeah.
that. Oh, that's awesome.
Good work. You know, like I was saying before.
That hurt.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Got a mess.
So these guys are one of 5 father-son duos that we have fishing with us this year.
It's insane.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic to watch all year. I can't wait to see how it works because obviously love spending time in the boat with my dad. Haven't spent much competition time with them. A lot of time we're just enjoying the water.
Right.
So
Right.
we spent plenty of time together while I was doing the high school fishing stuff, but
2 pound, 1 ounce.
2-1 to
Nice
break the
fish.
0-0
Under the gun.
tie in the Young Guns match. Now these two, a lot of our teams are from around this Fox Valley area, central Wisconsin. These guys are from out past Marshfield. They spend a lot of time on the Mississippi River, that western Wisconsin region. So they're really excited to embrace the challenge of fishing some new bodies of water.
And then all of a sudden it's just like.
Grant's been doing a lot of work in the BFLs over there, the Great Lakes Division. Certainly has spent some time over here fishing around, but
Oh, okay. Oh, on here?
had a great tournament at the Bass Nation Regional Qualifier down there on Pickwick Lake. Top 10 for Grant in that one. Just watching the kid, looking at his social media, he's got the it factor.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, no.
That looks heavy.
That does look heavy. Chris and Ron with the big stick in their hand.
Oh, look at that one.
Jeez.
Just hurry up. I gotta flip back in there.
You want to talk about some shoulders. Golly.
Look at the belly.
That fish is warm. I feel good. Warm me up.
Wow.
Look at that. There's a big laydown. Right.
Sticks way out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this sucker off.
God,
Look at the belly on that.
unbelievable.
Gotta be.
No, it's not 5 zeros.
Not 5. I don't know.
For what I'm doing here.
Sucker's got some serious shoulders on him.
That's a big belly.
Flippity flop. What do we got?
Oh, I'm in the other way. There you go. $4.12.
Oh, 412. Wow.
You're not way off. It did hit 5 when it bounced a little. 4.12.
412. Jeez.
Ready to go.
That's not a bad fish.
You just missed one? Okay, well, I gotta.
Wow.
That's a chunky bugger.
That is one thing that I
Put
noticed
this
about the
thing back.
largemouth out there
Put
this
this thing
spring.
away.
They are all built
I
like
gave it a
that.
try, though, you know.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah, they're tanks out there.
It's crazy.
Put 412.
So they have 412. Lee's had 7-4. This matchup just got interesting.
Yes, it did.
We're halfway through the first period
Yeah.
of this event, and things are just crazy right now.
Ben looking to get on the board. Not so fast, Dad. Wow.
Here you go.
Get up here.
Come here, little guy.
I would say it was worth the price of admission this morning.
I'll skid. Yep. Zeros. Zeros.
Everyone seems to be finding their flow really well this morning, too. We saw the walleye event. Some guys kind of struggle with that, finding their pace, finding their flow, handling the fish, netting the fish, all of that.
112.
Yep.
But these bass guys seem to have practiced their system, and they know what they're doing.
Well, I think, just
big,
the
but they're
flow of it, I
fish.
think it's a little more natural in the bass world.
Yeah.
In the walleye world,
There is
it's
a lot of
other tournaments they fish it. I think it's a little different flow.
Correct.
Oh!
I think that these guys are maybe not on the spot, but really close to where we saw that magic go down for Kyle and Casey last year. And boy, we're in for a barn burner here, facing off against Malika and Gagnow. Both these teams have been consistently putting nice fish on the board, and there's another.
Oh, man.
There you go.
I think that's 3 and 3 casts.
Zeros.
Keep that kid fishing.
Yeah, keep it wet, keep it out there.
How many times have, it's like there's those days where there's one person that has that touch, that feel, that hot hand.
Right.
I mean, you could have same rod, same bait, same lure, same everything, and for whatever reason, you can't get bit, but the guy you're with or the person you're with is just lighting it up.
Right. Yeah, and these two went 3 in 3 throws and turned the tides on that match. A 2 even, a 112, and a 212, and all of a sudden, Malik and Gagnow are playing catch up.
What's our total?
Just like that.
15?
Oh, Dad, look. Stop thing.
Here we go.
It says,
Stepping,
look, a
stepping.
stump thing.
I know.
don't know what it is.
In case
You
you're
have one?
wondering, that's not a midget.
That is
That
Matt's
is our
son.
youngest competitor.
Yes, absolutely.
Gonna get the scale?
Hank the Hammer.
That was the right call.
Turn it on.
I think it's a 1 pound. It has to be a 1 pounder.
Oh, it's a 1 pounder.
It's like a 3.
That's the best 1 pounder I ever caught.
It's not even a 1 pounder. It's bigger. Why did I eat my mittens off?
I think we gotta.
Why did I eat my mittens off? We gotta weigh him.
Zeros.
Is there any more of an appropriate fishing name than
Yahoo!
Hank?
No.
Show the camera.
Nope.
2-2.
2-2.
Bam!
2-2. Good? Yep. Okay. All right, Hank, you want to let him go? I'll enter him in the phone. Remember, you got to let him nice and easy over the side of the boat.
Breaks the tie in that match. Gets Stefan and Stefan on the board.
High fives, bud. Uh-oh, with that, I think we actually took the lead.
Actually?
I think so. 2 pounds, 2 ounces, submit new catch. There we are, look at 2-2 to zeros.
Dang!
It was a bite the first time I put that wacky shot down there. I didn't think it was.
Now,
Okay,
from what
Hank,
Matt
question
told me,
for you.
Hank has a tendency to put that
Here.
core tackle hover
We
rig in
just
his
fished
hand
how many
and
nice
not
big
put it
wooden
down.
gold
And he
dots?
puts in
Like
work
7?
with it.
Like 100.
18
And then we come to
million.
this tiny little piece of timber, not on a dock, and we got a bite.
I feel like we gotta go wood.
Isolated cover, apparently, huh?
Yeah. Is there more down there?
Wow. Okay.
Mine's like
Think
a
Hank's
crayfish
got a
show up.
future
I
in
need
this
to
business?
make it a bite
Yeah.
too.
Take them.
I was going to say, he's got a heck of a mentor.
Oh, glad to see that the old man's out of his timeout.
He is. Yep. Only 1 on the board in this match
I just don't know how they're not just
from Warden Keene. That first 3-7 we saw him start with. Mitch has got something to
not
say.
big, but a pound, I think.
That's a pound.
2 pounders only for the net.
That one should score.
Are you weighing it?
I got him.
All right.
Yep, keep fishing. Number 1 of the year. I think that's a pound. I'm used to weighing like 1 pound, 12 ounce fish. Zeros?
I think Dave has to earn
was kinda
Mitch's
right out-
trust back
yeah,
to release
kinda
some fish.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow, that's bigger than I
Yeah.
thought it was. 114?
114.
Work. Nice job, Mitchell.
Start somewhere.
Yes, you do.
That's right. Got to start somewhere.
Oh, that's
Everyone
what you mean.
counts.
Like that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to set them in the water, but
All right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
they got 3 pounds, 7 ounces.
You know, your comment was so spot on because you look at where these guys fish and it's like, is this the same lake?
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
still going, like, the current.
You know, this is the river portion, and it's crazy. You know, these guys are way far on the north end.
Right.
You know, the Lees and Malika and Gagnow,
So
you know,
see
they're
that?
well on the south end.
Yep.
This thing, the boat cradle.
But
Cast
so
just to the right
diverse.
side of that right post. That's where that rock pile is. Unless you got one. There's a lot of rock. Yep.
There's a lot
Right
of
up in
rock,
there,
and
yep.
then up through here too.
I like where you just cast right there. Though. It's gonna be.
You know, the challenging thing about Little Lake, especially when you're up where they are, there is so much
I got-
cover.
Absolutely.
Jeff
Rocks
just
and,
hooked the
and
fish. I gotta go. Love
everything.
you.
And it's almost like if you go to a Shawano Lake in midsummer,
Jeff.
Right.
it's just everything is weeds.
So much to fish.
And you have to learn what makes one area better, what makes one spot better, what are these fish relating to.
Absolutely.
And the only thing that tells you is time on the water.
Right, you got to fish it.
You got to fish it.
Nothing you can see on your electronics is going to point you exactly in the right direction. A rod and a reel is the only way to know for sure.
Another nice smallmouth for Malika and Gagnow.
Yep.
Fan favorite team of last year.
Zeros.
Yeah, and they went from a decent little lead to now down by 4 pounds to Tesh and Tesh. This one's going to make up a pretty good bit of that gap, though.
3 pounds, 8 ounces.
3-8.
Yeah, way to go, Jeff.
And Jeff is on the board. He's tired of Tony having all the fun. Now, what these two are fishing is almost the exact opposite of what you just described, or Mitch and Dave are.
Yeah.
This area of the lake is very featureless.
Yes.
Big flat on the south end of the lake. Not a ton of cover, but the obvious places where these fish have to stop before they go to spawn, that's where you see the boats piled up, and that's for one reason. That's because there's a pile of fish there.
That's right. That's right.
Again?
Yeah. Telling you, the Polish is strong in this Gagnow here.
From one side of that matchup right back over to the other, and Ben is hooked up.
They say, oh yeah, watch this.
Nice and easy. Hard to see them.
What an insane first hour.
No kidding.
Dang, 2 broke.
Yep.
Shoot.
Zero. Oop, hold on. We're showing not zero. There we go. Zeros. $2.11.
2.11 for the Teshes.
Those are solid fish.
Absolutely they are.
Tell me I got a
Had a question in the YouTube chat about the boundaries. The boundaries are dam to dam.
Dam to dam.
You can go from the very top where it flows out of Bago all the way down to where it flows through that Appleton
Fish.
area.
Okay, my line's on this side.
I was popping it.
And
I was popping
you
it.
know, both ends they have
So
locks
you know how
on.
you got-
Menasha
Yep.
locks
So you had a
are
reaction kit when you
currently
popped it
not
off? Yep.
working.
Correct.
But it's also
Big
the
enough.
lock system is not
Decent.
open yet. That
Right.
Typically around Memorial Day is
Yep.
when they crack that. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
as
can I
close
borrow
as
yours?
you're willing to go to the dam
Correct.
top by either Nino or
Side.
Menasha.
Right or left? I got it.
It's some pretty sketchy water when you
Yes,
start
absolutely.
I'll
On
grab it
either
quick.
end, there's
That
some
way you
pretty
keep
sketchy
fishing.
water.
Okay. So I got to tie a whole new leader anyways.
narrow it. Man, look at
Eagle
this.
claws. Come on, eagle claws. Get him. Get him.
Get him, Chi.
Get him.
Atta boy.
Look at that.
Guy's got the talons of a hawk.
Here we go. Head ahead.
Another
back,
largie.
baby. Let's go. There's a scale.
That's a beautiful. The like you said it before, the largemouth on this system, so healthy.
Golly.
Just beautiful fish.
There's say
absolutely.
select to add fish for. There you go. Zeros. Three. Oh, he's gonna do that. I knew it. Come on, 3-6.
3-6. Wow.
Please relax, buddy.
Tank.
3-6. Locked.
Locked in at 3-6.
Day 6. Good fish, Dad.
And that's the thing that
Nice large
I mean,
mouth.
just look at the build on that fish, like especially the big one that we saw from Frederick and Trudowski. But I mean, they literally have mouths like smallmouths and then just a gigantic body to go with it. Saw Malika and Gagnow close that gap a little bit on the Teshes, but the Teshes firing right back.
Not so fast. That's a great spot that they're on.
Yes, we know the potential of that spot.
And this area, so it's like there's a channel that's kind of right behind them.
Yep.
And on the other side, there's also a channel that comes out of the Nina Menasha.
Correct.
And in the middle, there's like a triangular flat.
Yep.
And you know what this area is, it's that traditional staging area. It could also be a wintering area because
Right.
that channel,
Access to deep water really close.
it's very good. So you have an area that just, it holds fish.
Correct. Yeah, and it's no secret that this system thrives off of crawfish and perch, and the hard bottom in this area attracts both of those things, which that's why the smallies are there.
Yeah, this lake in the wintertime, it doesn't it doesn't freeze over.
Right.
But the edges freeze pretty good.
Yep.
And you drive over that bridge in the wintertime and you can see all those people out there pan fishing. This lake has got so much food.
Yes.
And it is such a healthy system.
That was a 2-4 for Mr. Ben Tesh.
Spot lock is here.
From there, we head back to the
Get the net.
discharge
Backside,
trio.
baby.
I think it's actually an intake that
Fish
runs in there. You see the
reposition.
concrete end of it. Matt and Logan are kind of on the very end of it. Lee's in the midsection, and
nice
Tony and Jeff are tight to the bank. Looks like another nice one for these two.
There's a tank.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
You know, last year, these guys would have finished pretty high in the walleye series.
Absolutely, they would have.
It's good to see them with a start when they're catching a lot of bass.
Found some bass.
Look at the spots on them.
That's a cool looking fish, too.
Oh, that thing is a tank.
I gotta zero this thing out.
You were talking about this earlier, and these fish are short but stout.
Very stout.
And you were talking about a big one that you caught earlier this year, and it's unreal what they weigh.
Yeah.
Oh, tilt it back.
Got to be a 3-pounder, right?
Oh, it's 3-3.
3-3.
3-3.
Where are we?
It's like you look at that fish. That fish is not that long.
No.
It says select
But
bird add
it
fish.
is, that is a football. You know, when they
Absolutely
talk
it is.
about, you know, smallmouth
3-3.
fishing,
Here we go.
catching footballs.
Yeah.
That's a football.
Absolutely it is. Gah.
Beautiful fish.
Yeah, the colors on the fish are just amazing. And them just the spots, you know, it's some of the coolest markings.
Yeah.
Fish. Hit it as it came off.
Look at that.
Tony popped that bait right out of a snag right into a fish's
The right
mouth.
species this time.
You know, how many reaction strikes do you get? You know, it's kind of slangly referred to the Winnebago pop.
Right.
Right. You know, it's like you pop it off and you know who invented that?
Boom.
Who's that?
Kyle
Oh, yeah.
Carpenter.
Yeah.
He
sure did.
He
Hit it
invented
as it popped off.
the Winnebago pop.
Just saw it utilized right there. Oh, that's another great big one for these two.
He invented that off a spot I gave him.
Yeah. That's right.
There we go. Zeros.
3.5.
I would say at least. Gosh, that one's got some shoulders too.
Tell you what, if it's the match of the day so far, it's this one right
Yeah.
here.
About 4.
4.
Almost. 4.7. 4.7.
Oh,
Inch forward a little bit more.
Yep. from one side to the other.
Look at this.
Oh gosh, with that last one, they drew within a pound.
I throw a tube.
Pound and a half.
Yeah, I think it's time for me to switch to a tube. Right here?
Yep.
What an unreal matchup this is.
Zero. $2.15.
215. What an awesome matchup this is. So we got Tetesh's 22-8, Malika and Gagnow 18-1. It is just, it's not necessarily back and forth. It's like every time Tony and Jeff catch one, the Tetesh's, they catch one, and they just keep that lead.
FG broke.
What a matchup.
No kidding. Gosh, man. There's just no letting up.
What color you got on that golden out?
I don't know.
Had a question come through on the YouTube chat. When do the matchups change? They change every event. Last year we had 9 weeks, so all 9 teams had a chance to face off against each other. Then we saw repeats in the playoffs. This year, not going to be the same. We're going to have some teams that will not see each other till the playoffs likely, which will bring some interesting dynamics. All the matchups for the entire season are up on headtoheadfishing.com. We got some good ones. First look at Richard and Hammond.
Oh, is it a pound? That's a good question.
First look at some boat docks.
Well, we'll find out.
Attaboy.
He got wrapped around the dock pretty quick. All right. Got 0. £1 pound, 11 ounces.
111. They are on the board.
Yeah, and in not a runaway match against the Neubauers. Once again, talking about a couple bites turning the tides here.
On the tube?
Yeah, just dragging it.
We got guys fishing out in the main lake. We got guys fishing in the river. We got guys fishing on the edges. We got guys fishing on the more shallow, featureless flats. I mean, we got guys covering everything.
Brian is hooked up again. These guys just went on a 3-fish runner. They got their 4th one hooked up here.
Oh man!
Is that their biggest one of the day? Golly.
Did you pass this out?
Exclamation point.
No kidding.
You know, last year, Tony and Jeff got everyone's best every week.
Are we seeing it again?
It's happening.
It's happening.
Again.
God, and they're putting up a great pace, too.
There we go.
Teshes are starting to be this runaway freight train.
312.
312. Wow.
There we go. Nice one.
Unreal. Back with Chris and Ron.
Now, I don't want to jinx anything, but you look at the pace. Oh, gosh, like they've done that before. Right in the boat.
Pretty blondie guy. He just came in.
Now, Ron last year was more or less the weighmaster for these guys.
We don't have to wonder if it's a 2-pounder or not. Zeros.
And
It's got a lock, right? Oh, come on. 2-3. 2-3 locked in. Yep, 2-3. There we go.
2-3 largemouth for those guys.
The last year count, 2-3.
More coming in there.
Couple 2-3s.
We also just had a 114 and a 115 come across the board.
Money.
Tony Malika with a 114, Mitch Van Aert with a 115. We thought we might run into this year. It's turning into the big fish only show. We do not have time to show everyone's catches, which is a good problem to have.
That's right.
Golly. At the same time.
That scoreboard is moving.
Now we just saw these two put their first one on the board, maybe getting in a little fishy area here.
That's a good one.
Oh, that's some nice looking fish right there. Careful with the net.
Nice.
Good scoop.
Boy.
Nice fish.
Another one. That's got to be close to 2.
Upgrading.
Sweet. Yeah, upgrading.
You know, the unique thing about when you fish docks is you can look at them at face value and have no idea the potential.
Right.
And you can go through and you can fish 20 docks that have absolutely nothing on them. And then you'll come to a stretch of like 2, 3, 4 of them that are just fantastic.
Loaded, yeah.
And you have no explanation for why.
Nothing different.
Come on. Oh, jeez. Dude. Oh, my goodness. Come on. 213? Yeah.
213.
Nice fish.
Nice fish for Riley Richard.
Yeah, he was up there ways in the last one.
That's going to pop them into the lead.
Yeah.
John Hammond.
He was he was out a little bit. Nice net job.
A smallmouth too.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I hit that one
Up on the docks.
It came off.
Largies where the smallies are living, and smallies where the largies are living.
You know, you get around this time of year, that dock fishing, there's a lot of smallmouth that spawn up
Absolutely.
by those docks.
Back over to the hot hand. Ben and Brian Tesh got another one.
Man, the way that these guys are going, this could be the runaway freight train.
A lot of black spots on this one.
Yeah.
That was a nice one too.
You want your sunglasses?
I'm okay for now.
Okay.
This is the first hour.
Yeah, I know. And you look at that 33.7 without this fish in there, probably going to be up over 35 pounds in the first hour. I hate to jinx it. I hate to talk about pace, but these boys are well on pace for one of those record-setting days.
Well, the crazy thing is this spot didn't heat up until the last half an hour.
Yeah.
You know, they got a couple of fish in the first half an hour, but it's really just the second half of the first period
2:15.
that they're really turning on fire.
2:15 for those guys. Good work, gentlemen.
Oh, is he hooked up again?
Uh-oh. This looks big, whatever it is. Oh.
Relax. Take your time.
Gotta be patient.
So let's take this moment in time to talk about line.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
There's a lot of snaggy stuff down here.
Yeah.
There's zebra mussels, there's all kinds of stuff. And it's like a lot of these guys, when they're fishing this setup, it's a braid main line to a fluorocarbon leader.
Yep.
Fluorocarbon is fantastic. It's invisible, you know, I mean, it is fantastic, low stretch. But the biggest downfall of it, if you get a nick in that line,
Yep.
it is compromised.
Yeah.
So it's like if you're fishing around heavy structure, heavy cover,
Yep.
you gotta make sure that you're checking your line.
Absolutely. Well, right there at the top of the hour, the Lees put a 3-2 in the boat, and we have such a pace here. Golly. We will take a look at that Sportomotive scoreboard. Andy, what do we got?
Oh my gosh, look at these matchups. We've got the Lees at 13-12 and Frederick and Todowski at 6-15. That's a great matchup. It's just crazy. That's the first period. We got Hansen and, I got to learn how to say that one, and Steffen and Steffen. So they have Steffen and Steffen 2-2. Next matchup is Keene and Ward 6-10. The Van Erts are sitting at 3-13. And then the matchup of the first hour is Tesh and Tesh 36-6 against Malika and Gagnow that has 22 pounds even. That is just a crazy matchup. And we got Neubauer at 2 pounds 1 ounce, and Richard and Hanman at 4 pounds 8 ounces. Man, what fantastic matchups that we got going on. And what else is fantastic are these shopping deals that we got going. We're going back to TRS Live Shopping with Tyler Corey. Tyler, take it away, buddy.
Welcome back into the TRS Live Shopping takeover of the Basterminds podcast layer. We won't take too much of your time. The anglers are whacking them this morning like crazy. But we have some exceptional terminal tackle. Seeing a lot of guys catching a lot of smallmouth, dragging on the bottom. A great option for that is the Anglers Ammo Football Net Head. Now this head, similar to the TRD head that Z-Man makes, small hook, light gauge wire, but it's got the football head. Anyone knows anything about offshore structure fishing, that football head gets you through snaggy cover a little better. These got that. I got the 1/8 2/0 green pumpkin here. We got a lot of options on these. $3.99 for a 4-pack. Less than $1 a head here. And they're the real deal when it comes to net heads, football net heads. So we have that deal. We also have the Omega Slayer net head. That one is $4.97 for a pack. Get stocked up on some terminal. Now is the time to do this slow drag and pre-spawn bite, and these heads are exactly what you need to put them smallmouth in the boat. Pair that with our Yamamoto Cinco deal from the first hour, 25% off all Yamamoto Cincos, and you got a fish catching combo. Don't steal too much of your time here. We are headed straight back out to the water, but be sure to check out the TRS live shopping deals and TRS real deals. We'll be back in just a minute. Stick with us through this short commercial break.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
winning tracker here from Sportomotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportomotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportomotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportomotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
The fellas are not giving us much of a breather today. We have another barn burner on our hands.
Fish.
Out to the Van Erts, hooked up live.
That's a better one.
Not a boy, Mitch. Swim bait bite.
Swim bait again.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Hold on, bud. Hold on.
I got him.
Easy.
Nice.
Good scoop.
There we go.
That's the right kind.
That's a nice one.
All right. Little adjustment. Went with a little swim bait. Nice. Go. You gotta stay calm. I think you just gotta fish slow here.
Gotta fish slow.
Good work, Mitchell.
Mitch Van Erts. Forte. Making the most of what he's got.
Methodical
Got
Mitchell.
313. That's a good way to put it. Got 313 on the board already.
313.
Boom! And we are going to match
That's
it.
more like
Another 313 to the bottom line. One swing of the
No
bat.
penalty.
And we are back to the lead here with the Van Erts. First lead of the season for Mitch Van Ert
Swim
and his
bait might
father
be the deal.
Dave.
Just cover a little more water too. I mean, those tubes work too if you're on them, but they got 610 now. We got 710. So
All right,
give them
not
exactly a 1 pound lead.
Jack one more in that swim bait. I'm jumping on it, okay? I'll drag this around a little longer.
Seems like these guys are
thing is the
focusing
rocks
on
are so
little
sticky,
subtle
they need to
rock
stay in the
spines that
bubble.
stick out into the river.
you know what I mean?
I was tempted to roll a jerk bait around in here.
Over to Tony and Jeff. Tony Malika, Jeff Gagnow looking to capture that runaway train that is Ben and Brian Tesh.
My fingers are a little numb.
They got a tall task ahead of them, and it is only
Hang on to anything.
the second start of the second
The
hour.
adrenaline is still just flowing.
Uh-oh.
Fish.
Jeff says, I got you.
Oh!
There we go.
All right.
That fish helped them out.
Yeah, he
In the
did.
middle of a knot. I'll grab it.
Looked like a bladed jigfish to me.
You know, that bladed jig early in the year.
Oh, it's tough to beat.
It is one fantastic bait.
Tough to beat. And we got a pile of them sitting here in the reel shot. Jackhammers,
3
mini
pounds, 0
maxes.
ounces.
3 pounds.
3 even.
0 ounces. Good fish, Jeff.
You know, the bladed bait, it almost was, I don't know if it was necessarily a secret or if it was just underutilized, but in the last, 3 years?
Yeah.
the popularity that bait has gained is just unbelievable.
Well, and you look through top 10 bait galleries everywhere, any bass tournament, and you are hard pressed to not find someone catching them on a bladed jig.
Yeah.
Got one.
Over to the young guns here. 2 on the board. They got themselves a little lead, looking to add to it.
It's another good one.
Dude, this one crushed it.
Tube. I love the tube today.
Looking at what they're fishing, I'm almost wondering if these fish are starting to get up there and make beds. I mean, that's hard cover that comes off these seawalls, rocky bottom, in between these docks, and they all look fresh fish, but
I think it's smallmouth. Yeah, dude, good smallmouth.
That looks like a really good fish.
it does.
Uh-oh. Ooh, them a big boils.
Crushed, so I hope he's got it good.
Oh, good scoop.
Oh, that's at least 3. Oh, the 2 fell out. The 2 fell out in the net. Let's go.
Came off in the net.
Let's do it.
Wow.
I tell you, this is such a different start than Riley had last year.
No kidding.
With the hooks. Look at that thing.
Beautiful.
Pretty colors on that thing.
What's your guess, John?
3.5.
I'm gonna say 3 3/4.
I was gonna say 3.9, just a hair over 3.5, at least. God, they just got that.
314.
Almost a 4-pounder.
No.
Oh man, you could, when he was fighting that, you can tell when they're big.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
with how they bulldog stay down, it's just unreal. So much fun.
Good work.
Good on them. It's great to see him off to. I mean, it's such young kids doing this and fishing at that level already.
Over to Ty Hansen.
Okay.
Kyle Poila. P-O-H-J-Ola.
One more time.
Poila.
Poila.
And this looks like a big one here. Let's go!
Good night. That is a polar bear. A sea bear. Oh my goodness. That's biscuits and gravy.
Size of that.
Wow. Another great big largemouth.
Right there. Gosh dang, that's a good one to start the year off, eh, boys? Nice fish. Let's get a weight. About time.
No kidding. I thought you were a bad captain there for a minute.
Yep. These two are going to be a fun duo in the boat all
I was
year.
a bad captain. Zeros. I don't need the app. Don't show me. Zeros.
God, that one's going to be almost a 4-pounder, I'll bet.
God, I would say over.
You got that right.
4-2 locked in.
4-2.
Oh.
And the hits keep coming.
4-pounder.
In a match where
Let's go.
Nice
Matt
fish.
and Hank had a little lead. It's gone now.
Oh.
Good work.
Oh, let's go.
There's more like it in here. That water temperature.
Oh, the water temperature.
They're fishing right
Plays
there in
a
that
big
lock channel.
role.
You talk about momentum changers. Catching a fish like that is a momentum changer.
Yeah.
It boosts your belief. It just does so much positive. Not to mention, it just feels good.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Ooh,
Big
what a
fish.
hook set from Tony Malika.
Be a bass.
Oh, got him.
Got him? Yep.
Nice fish.
Good job. Oh man, how the heck? I don't know how the heck he did this. He's got my line and my weight down. There it is. Down in his. Gullet. Zeros.
These guys are on a great average on this spot.
You know,
Saw a couple little ones right off the bat, but not much since then.
One of the other changes that Kyle made in the offseason was switching scales.
Yeah.
And these
Wasn't
seem
yelling at me about being
a lot
level this time.
more
I know the angle now.
user-friendly
Right, yeah.
and durable.
Absolutely.
You know.
I thought it was the other way.
Hey,
214.
Scale is very deceiving.
They're battling back a little bit.
Eight back.
Tesha's haven't caught one in approximately
Hey, I was not
15 minutes, and
expecting
now
smallmouth to hit this.
Tony and Jeff.
You know, you look at the possible downside, and it, again, last year these guys got everyone's best, but you look at this and fishing, when you have two other boats around you, the downside of being able to make a comeback is got to be more challenging because it obviously limits where you can fish.
You're dividing out fish.
I thought for sure that'd be largemouth right there. And the way, I mean, it makes sense when I hit it and it just doubled over. He was dogging.
Back over to Mitch Van Aert, Dave Van Aert. Still holding on to that 1 pound lead against Warden Keene.
That's so weird how he didn't. No way.
Oh, right under the boat.
He ain't a giant, but
Yeah. Oh. Oh man, your drag set on that thing?
my drag is set perfect.
Jeez.
Here he comes.
That's a pretty good one.
Got him.
Whoa. All right,
Nice.
you're gonna scale that one.
Thanks, buddy.
Nice job. Under the boat.
Oh, literally right under the boat.
I'll catch him wherever I can catch him.
All right. That fish looked a lot bigger in the net.
Yeah, it did.
When that thing was in the net, I was like, man, is that thing a 4?
Yeah. Bud.
But they pulled it out of the net, and I'd say, what, 2?
Power shear.
Oh yeah, yep. So if the last catch is in there, hit that. Oh no, you're good then.
Zeros?
Yep.
Can't feel my fingers.
I say 2. What say you?
Yeah, 2 something, low 2s.
Come here, buddy.
2.4, 2.5
right.
probably. $2.9?
2.9.
2.9.
Nice.
Wow.
2.9.
A little bit heftier.
Yeah.
You want to end
Gosh,
I will.
fat fish too. Wow.
And over the gunnel. Did it right.
Over the gunnel.
You fish.
work,
I'm gonna do this
gentlemen.
right over your shoulder. Make sure I got this right.
Okay.
Where's your phone, Mitch? Your Waylive app is up.
Okay. So, go record new catch, angler, Dave. 2 pounds 9 ounces.
What was that about teaching the parent?
Parenting the parent.
That's awesome. These two are going to be a fun duo to watch all year too.
Do that again.
You missed one there too.
Paid attention on the Wisconsin fishing scene. These two have been
Yeah, I thought
catchers for a while now, and they're going to be a dangerous duo.
I'll get that cup.
And you know, granted, we're in the second hour of the first event, but it seems, to me, Mitch seems more comfortable
Absolutely.
right now.
Absolutely. In his element for sure. Speaking of in their element. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Swam right.
You gonna get him, or are you gonna?
Hey, Ron, you going to get that one for me, or do I got to go down there?
Short he is, but he's.
Not seeing nearly the pace out of these two, but one big swing of the bat right off the rip there, and then kind of keeping pace with the lead, staying within a couple fish.
Not a 2-pounder. Come on, lock in. It's in the button. All right, 111.
111.
Keeping the scoreboard moving.
That's right. Draws them a little closer.
Oh yeah, put it in.
To Ming and Chi Lee. Right back over to Ty Hansen. Kyle Poila.
Ooh, you need a net, sir.
Nope.
Get in here.
But hey, that's another scoreable 1 pound this year.
Yes, sir.
All right, pick up that that bait. You know what it is. There's some fish around there. That's probably gonna go.
I just like watching you catch them, really.
Zeros.
I don't even want to catch
Tyson
them.
also seems a lot more relaxed.
Absolutely. Both of them seem to be more in their element than they were at this point last year.
Locked 111.
111.
Bam.
Very nice.
I don't think things could get too serious with Kyle in that boat.
Nope.
I should
Neither
probably
one
do
of them.
something
I mean,
different, eh?
don't get me wrong. They're both intense
mean-
competitors, but they also like to have a good time in the boat. And 1 pound, 11
Okay.
ounces.
513. They haven't caught any more.
Whoa, nice.
Extending that lead by a little bit. All right, we'll take a look at our head-to-head guide directory. Right off the rip, we got Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters. He'll put you on a hot walleye bite on Green Bay. He'll also take you salmon fishing out on Lake Michigan. Does all sorts of trips. Great angler, knows a lot about the Bay of Green Bay. He has been slammed full and putting fish in the boat for clients all spring long. Find him on Facebook, Instagram, or his website, or give him a call right there. Also, Die Hard Angling. If you're looking to get out and do a little bass fishing, Die Hard Angling Captain Alec Nickel is out of Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. He's been putting some big bass in the boat. We saw him put up some nice walleyes in that first walleye head-to-head, and then he switched gears, and since then he's been putting clients on those big Green Bay smallmouth. So give him a call or visit his website. You can also find him on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Give you a good idea of what his trips look like.
I tell you what, Sturgeon Bay is a trophy smallmouth area. It is a tourist destination for trophy smallmouth hunters. This time of year, you can go out there and catch 6, 7, 8 pound smallmouth.
And numbers, good numbers. Some days you can catch 100 fish in a day in an 8-hour day out there, and it's incredible. Your average fish will be a 4 something, and then you're just catching fish the whole time.
Yeah, so this is definitely the time of year to dial those numbers and to get your trip set up.
Now, I doubt that Mr. Nickel has any trips left this spring, but it's worth a call to see if you're looking to get out, do some summertime walleye fishing. He also does some perch, some big lakes, some salmon, some trout.
Sometimes people have to cancel.
Exactly.
And,
hit them up. Because
you might get lucky and slip in.
These next 2 weeks, although they are popular tournament times, are the time of year to be on the bay.
They are.
Those big pre-spawners start to pull in off the lake, and it gets pretty hectic. You think what you're watching right now is fun? That Sturgeon Bay smallmouth bite is
it gets
incredible.
downright scary.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tony and Jeff. Chip
green one.
Been away at that little lead.
Expecting that.
Oh!
You got him?
Yeah. All right.
And the Teshes have gone quiet a little bit. Tony and Jeff staying steady.
Before the show, we were chit-chatting about that spot. And, you mentioned that spot this year has been a little bit time sensitive.
Yeah.
To where it goes through hot periods, cold periods. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the day unfolds.
Yeah.
And it's not that the fish necessarily leave.
Right.
But they just kind of chill out.
Right.
Calm down. £2 pounds, 2 ounces locked in. Come on.
2-2 for Tony and Jeff. Back in the pond it goes.
They're on a dry spell right now. It's our moment.
Hear them talking about it. They know that the scoreboard's gone a little light for Tesh and Tesh. They were on a pretty incredible pace there, but they've cooled off a little bit, and they are within a couple bites, a couple good ones.
6 pounds, 6 ounces behind. Kudos to these guys. It's hard to keep grinding when that scoreboard lights up. But, you know, the one thing with the experience that they've had last season is they know, keep at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have been joined by our special guest, Mr. Sportamotive himself, Mr. BJ, in the house.
That's when that one hit.
How you guys
watching a little bass fishing today.
Railed it.
A little bit of bass fishing.
It doesn't even hurt. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right.
How's things going, bud?
Not too bad, not too bad. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Nice. How's business over there at Sporto?
Picking up a little bit. Obviously, a little nice weather helps always.
Yeah.
And tournament season is in full swing, so.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yep. You guys been doing a lot of boat setups?
Yeah. You know, we got some new boats going out. Just had another ZV leave, Nitro leave yesterday. But we got quite a bit of used stuff that guys are bringing in and having us re-rig up and stuff like that.
Good deal.
Nice fish.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Poila joining the party.
He wanted something red in his face.
Imagine that. Red chatterbait. I was going to say, you guys got to be drooling when tournament season comes to Winnebago. People breaking stuff all the time. Come swing in, fix them up, get them back out there.
It can be a blessing and it can be a headache all at once.
That is a nice fish.
Absolutely.
You know, we never like to tell a guy, no, we can't get you in.
I'm not mad about it.
Sometimes it does happen if we're that busy, you know, but
yeah.
Oh, bye,
we
sweetheart.
definitely try to get guys back on the water as soon as
for
possible.
you earlier.
Yeah, you guys always do a great job. You know, I got, you know, my Nitro, and you guys take good care of me with it. And, you know, you definitely do the best you can to accommodate people.
No, that's not great
it's just, you do a real nice job with the service end.
Yeah, and I think that helps us even in the retail world where we're selling stuff too.
It still says zeros on
knowing
mine,
that,
so
hey, if I have an issue, bring it back, and we're going to get you back on that water as soon as possible.
Except I can't use my phone.
Well, it's nice too, because it's nice when you have a place that you have the trust with, and you have that relationship where you just feel like you guys, you know, it's like you got your back.
Right.
You know, so it's go there, bring it in. It gets a lot of love.
What's going on here?
We always, you know, love up on your boat for you.
I tell them every night, give it a hug.
That's right.
When it's there, give it a hug.
What's the used section looking like? You guys pretty low on used inventory right now?
Yeah, I think I've got one pleasure deck boat in stock right for used, and that's about it.
Here we go.
So that's it right now.
How about like the?
Say that we just took in a little Bass Tracker Classic yesterday.
Nice.
So with like, I think it has under 10 hours on it.
Wow.
Really?
Yep. So if anyone's looking for a deal.
Yeah. I was going to say, and if you're looking to get out and do what these guys are doing on some of these smaller bodies of water around the area, that is absolutely the perfect package.
That's a phenomenal boat for the small, small waters, the rivers.
Yeah.
Well,
Mr. Malika himself, he's got a Tracker.
Yeah, Tiny Tin.
And they are great boats.
Yep. And I've got some of the new stuff in stock also. I got classics. I've got some 175s, Pro Team 175s in stock. I've got a Z18 right now in stock.
No, I'm not.
Nice.
So, and I will have at the end of the season, a Z19 demo available.
Nice.
So you'll get the warranties there and save you some money. Rigged up pretty nice also. So
good deal.
That's awesome. So how is the UTV, ATV stuff going?
That's picked up in the last 2 weeks as well. They're starting to open trails up, so guys are chomping at the bit to get that stuff out. So sold quite a few things in the last 2 weeks, ATV wise.
Nice.
Concrete hard hook set of the day.
With the sirens in the background. That's a perfect way to describe this team. Right here. Just a fire all the time.
Let's go.
Trying to pull out his.
Oh, I love when a goose gets loose.
How many energy drinks has he had this morning?
He goes to the gas station, he gets the really big
dude,
one with the twist top on it.
Thrills me. Where was that? Right in the middle?
Last one was a 3.5. This one looks to be another one close to 3 pounds.
She locked?
She locked. I
Nice.
just was all tilted, wilted, all excited, all jacked up.
Is it in the middle?
No, you off the rock.
Okay.
Ty's like, okay,
All
settle
right.
down.
215 on that one.
Holy crap.
2 pounds.
You know, one of the other things I like hitting Sporto up is bulk oil.
Yep. We do have that for Opties.
Yep.
Yeah. In stock, so saves you about $10 a gallon.
Yeah, I always load up a couple totes and bring them on in and get them done up.
Yep.
You know you're going to use it.
Yeah,
I'll buy it in bulk.
absolutely. Yeah, it's a big savings when you look at the price of it. It's, you know, it's
unfortunately
it is expensive, but you know if you can save, I mean, saving $10 a gallon, that's a lot.
Right.
Especially when you go in and get 7 gallons.
Right.
You know, it's
exactly.
You're getting a free one.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Brian and Ben went quiet for a little while. Hooked up, not nearly the size that we have been seeing from these guys, but getting that score tracker moving again, pumping some into Way Live.
Yep.
Dark hole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and really traveling around the country and stuff, you guys are one of the few that are still doing the bulk 2-stroke oil. When I was down south in Alabama, you'd ask a lot of dealerships, and they're like, nah, we don't even really carry it in stock anymore. They might have some 2-stroke oil, but since everything, a lot of those guys log a lot more hours than we do with fishing year round. A lot of guys going to the 4-strokes, but you see plenty of those 2-strokes still running strong up here.
Oh yeah. Those Opties were always strong engines.
Yeah.
You know.
They like the cold too.
Yeah.
Run better in the cold.
115.
115. Ben Tesh.
It would be sick. What? Would be sick. Lots of bait in here too.
Hansen and Poila starting to heat up.
Oh God, drives me nuts. Too many rods, too many baits.
Let me buzz that. Come on.
Ooh.
No.
Just off that little isolated piece of wood.
Oh.
I think that one was a little bigger than he thought it was.
Right in the rim. Kyle's about
Never make a flip and you're like, yeah, that's gonna fit this.
Yeah, that looked good.
Yeah.
I don't know if did you zoom in on that one?
No.
Oh, dude, I watched the line tick and then it moved a foot to the right and I smoked it.
As soon as I seen you flip in there and all of a sudden you just like froze, I'm like, yeah, I got it.
Still up. There we go. Zeros. Wonderful.
They still have the 2-minute penalties.
Yeah.
It's getting entertaining.
You You know, this area they're in, a lot of panfish in this area.
Yeah.
215, locked.
215.
A lot of panfish, but also this is where they're going to be spawning in a little while.
100%.
Beautiful.
Heard them flipped up there to a little isolated piece of wood. You can see that pretty much this entire bay is lined with rock, and then just one little stick. It doesn't take much on this place to hold a bass.
The replay, even all I hear in the background is Kyle yelling. Hey Kyle, they want to know how many energy drinks you've had today.
None.
None?
Oh,
easy. Easy.
You see him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. What do you think? Is there another one in a tree?
I have not touched it.
Just like that. The lead is strong.
Literally, that was to the right side of the tree. Ooh, gotta.
Dude, there's so much bait.
Another bronco bug fish. Did you watch any of that Kyle Welcher beat down during the Elite Series on that deal?
No, I didn't.
Golly, it was incredible.
That was a rock.
We still have some in stock here. Come and get them. Becoming one of my favorite springtime flipping baits. Big beefy package. Just gets big bites. I don't know what else to say about it. Unique action.
Fish.
Oh boy.
Take a ride up the river. Or down
Maybe
the
not.
river.
It is a fish. Oh yeah. I was fighting like a log there. Tiny, but
He goes a pound.
I got him.
Not a big one, but we'll extend that lead.
Oop. You got him?
I realized it was hooked for a while. Yep. Well, that didn't take too long.
So if people are interested in checking out some boats, new ride, used things,
Yeah.
what do they do? Do they just stop down and say hi to you?
Yeah, pretty much. Stop down, give me a call. Look us up online, shoot us a message. We respond all different ways.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, best thing if you want to come down, take a peek at something, give me a call. We'll set up a time to meet. That way we know that we can set aside the appropriate amount of time to help you. Get you all your questions answered, get your boat rigged up the way you want it.
Yeah.
2-2.
Also, too, what's nice is if you don't exactly know what you're looking for,
rock piles.
you guys are so good at guiding people to the fit. You know, like to what's going to fit them, suit them.
Correct.
As far as size, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Education.
And we got different options in stock too, which always helps too. A guy may come in seeing something that he's seen online, but in the end of it, he may go, you know what, this one's actually a better fit for what I'm using it for.
Right.
Under the gunnel.
So
You gonna weigh them or no?
I'd rather get you into the correct boat than the one that you're not going to be happy with in a year or two.
Yep. No, it's awesome. You guys do such a great job of interacting with the customer. And, it truly is teaming up with each other.
Oh, yeah.
And talk about, you guys have quite a few Mercury Service Awards.
We do. We've gotten what they call their CSI award pretty much every year since they've started that, other than maybe 1 year, I think it was, that we didn't get it due to a technicality of not having enough surveys.
Dad's got to get the catching.
So
what's going on here?
And that was like from 2010-ish?
6 or 7, I think.
6 or 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive when you see your guys' track record.
Yep. And basically on our CSI awards, the way that they do that, I believe it's 98% positive feedback or better to get that. And there's only a handful of dealers in the nation that get those awards every year.
Oh, it's fantastic. Your service has always been, it's like every year I have, I got 2 boats, and each year you guys service them, get them ready for winter, and
I'll take him.
I got a 21-foot nitro bass boat, and last year at the end of the year I had some alarms going off. I had some issue with my oil, not getting in the motor, and You guys went through it, cleaned it out, and ended up being a check valve that was getting hung open, and you got to fix up.
2
First time
pounds,
out this year,
14
no issue. I mean,
ounces.
just
perfect,
running
2 pounds,
perfect.
14
So yeah,
ounces.
it's
Good job.
fantastic.
Yeah.
And you know, on my other boat, I have it set up for going out on Lake Michigan. Me and my dad do that quite a bit, and I had some issues with that boat, and you guys got that taken care of. And yeah, it's just service has always been fantastic.
And it doesn't even necessarily have to come from us to get that service.
No.
You know, you mentioned you had that second boat.
I don't know if I got
You bought that one used.
Yep.
And we still give you that same service on both boats. I mean,
absolutely.
That's a fish. Got him that time?
I got him.
There's a bunch there, dude. That's better, huh?
You know, as long as it's got a mercury on it, we can service it. So.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good one. Don't feel so close to the tip. Nice.
Nice.
Keeper.
I'll take them. I'll take 1.5 pound fish, one after another.
Yeah, I think they're loaded there.
Mitch, where's your phone?
Got him. I got the phone. Just weigh him. I'll put it in.
All right.
Ah, crap. You know what I'm doing. Sweet. Those 2 bites on one cast. Yep.
Just a prime current seam these guys are sitting on.
Come on.
I like the little level bubble in the middle.
Yeah,
you gotta have that scale right.
And it was something that we wanted to correct for this year, and it is a cool feature on these scales that we're using is the making sure it's level, holding that weight, and they also auto lock real quick. That weight can be jumping. We saw it on the walleye side. Guys get out in the waves, that weight's jumping up and down. That scale will find the weight, and you have to wait till it locks in order to record it. So,
And it turns on and is ready to go
on here for a
quick.
second.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, the old scales were a little bit tricky. I've noticed that. In the past.
What we said we wouldn't do, which is boogering up the boat.
I see them in the they're sitting right in front of all those little rock piles down there.
All right, let's go to war.
That was one thing even I noticed fishing out here this spring is you would see so many crawling on the bottom on forward-facing sonar. Like you'd pan up there and you'd see the rock pile, and on either side of it there'd just be little ants crawling across the bottom, but they're just not biting. Got all about timing, and pulling up there at the right time is so huge. This also has to be one of the snaggiest places in North America.
It is.
Unbelievable.
It is. If you're going to go fish Little Lake in the springtime, your first stop needs to be at the reel shop.
Yeah.
And you need to stock up on a lot of weights and a lot of tubes.
That's the problem too, is they love bottom contact stuff. They love crawfish out here, so they love to eat off the bottom. And if you think that you have enough tube heads, net heads, jigs, you name it, buy double, because you will lose every single one of them.
I have about 300 pounds in the bottom of this lake.
Ming hooked up.
That's a sheep head, yeah. Sheep head.
Now this is interesting. This is a spot we saw them fish here last year.
Go.
Nice largemouth.
Wow.
Come here. Come here.
This spot from last year did not produce all that well.
No.
Other guys.
No, not like they were expecting.
Zeros.
But this is a much different result so far.
Absolutely it is. Oh, a nice one, too.
The largemouth in this lake have been getting exposed like the last, I'd say, last 1 to 2 years.
Yeah.
This lake has always been so traditionally, smallmouth heavy that people, I think, kind of overlooked. I think that there was a lot of people that knew about the largemouth that weren't necessarily saying much about
Right.
it, but it's starting to really come to light that Little Lake is not just a smallmouth factory. This thing's got some largies in it.
Absolutely.
You ever go out here walleye fishing?
I have not.
Yeah.
I grew up, my grandparents lived on Little Lake, and we do a lot of fishing out there, but we never actually went out and targeted walleyes.
Yeah. You do like perch fishing and
A
stuff?
lot of times it was perch fishing, or we did go bass fishing out there, as hard as it is for me to say that.
Hey, watch that fish.
I don't know if that one will go.
Yeah, I think she's a little tiny, but.
Dinks matter. Absolutely. It was proved last year.
Yeah, should we have Mr. Carpenter talk about the importance of
Yeah, no kidding. You go back and listen to any of the Meet the Anglers from last year, and it was harped on a bunch, and it did make a difference. You see some of these guys sitting with low weights at this point, and in these big weight events where guys are putting up a lot of weight, that season total weight tiebreaker becomes so important, and not catching them in these is almost kind of a double punishment, because chances are you're going to lose your match and you're way behind on season total weight.
Right. Yeah, last year, you know, Kyle and Casey, they pretty much held the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Because that first
that
event,
one
they blew
huge
it out of the
day, yeah.
water.
Yeah. Put up 100 pounds in the first event and then worked all season to double that. The rest of the 9 events.
I don't care who it is. I want to kick the teeth in, so.
I didn't say I wasn't going to beat him. I just hope he's having fun.
I sound terrible now.
You do sound terrible.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
That is a gator.
No, not another one.
That looks like a pretty good gator.
Yeah, no kidding.
Dang, man.
They like a red chatterbait too.
It's a healthy
a
one.
little bit too much at times.
Definitely a bluegill snatch.
And them things are snot rockets.
Mm-hmm. There are some mega pike in this place too.
Would you like to kiss him, Chris?
Over the gunnel, good release.
Just getting it on all angles.
That's right. You're in a safe place here. You can admit it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is a safe place?
This is a safe place. You're just talking to me and Tyler. There's no one, you know, it's just us.
There's bulletproof glass and...
Yeah. You can admit the love and affection you have for bass fishing.
Gordon Keene hooked up again.
Where at?
I got a walleye tournament, but I might go bass fishing.
Mm.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Tell you what, it's when you catch the most bass, right?
Right.
Go walleye fishing, you catch bass, you go
exactly.
bass, catch a bunch of walleye.
Yep.
Matt and look at this dynamic duo right here, Matt and Logan last year. They could have probably been in the top 3 for the walleye league.
Absolutely. They would have put a hurting on them Bago events in the walleye league last year. Logan talked about fishing walleye league too. He was going to do double this year, and then the schedule was just too much. But we were really looking forward to seeing. There's been some talks that Ted and Cody are talking a little smack on the walleye side. They're going to come over here to the bass side and try and get some competition, quote unquote. We'll see how that works out for them.
Well, I'll be happy to close their mouth.
That one was a 1-8 for Matt Ward.
That would be an interesting match all of a sudden. You throw a head-to-head bass event and say, you guys are only catching walleye for this.
Yeah, exactly.
Vice versa.
Yep.
I tell you, it has been talked about.
Or we let them weigh both.
Yeah, about having a mixed event.
Yeah.
You know, where you have walleye and bass.
Where's the net? Where's the net? Right here. Right here.
I don't know if it'll ever happen.
I got all these poles up here, so.
You'd almost have to do it a dedicated day.
Yeah.
This one is a bass tournament. This next one is a walleye tournament.
Right.
Then mix the bag.
Yeah.
Mix your weights together.
Good job, well. You're not catching a bunch of them. That's how they feel. All right? Good job.
I tell you, after watching that last walleye event, oh man.
It almost made me hook up and go. God, they crushed them.
For
some
you today.
serious weights.
That's the way it's got to go.
What really would be interesting is you get in the spring of the year like this, when you can go up in Sturgeon Bay smallmouth against them, you know,
the big walleye.
the big walleyes, because the walleyes, for the most part, are probably done out of the river, going back up into the lakes, right?
Should be about now, yeah.
So, you know, you could time it where, you know, it could be something.
Could be interesting.
Yeah.
$110 for Grant and Dale Neubauer. Moving that way, live tracker, inching closer to Richard and Hammond.
Andy, are you a big forward-facing guy? I don't remember seeing that on your boat.
I do not have it on the boat, but I got a couple of buddies that I go out with, and I get a chance to play with it. And yeah, I am a fan.
Yeah,
I am a fan. You know, I like how Bass approached it and said, you know, we'll allow it, but we're going to limit the, you know, units and screens, because it, you know, it's kind of getting a little crazy. But as far as you look at it as a tool, and how you're able to, one, you know, go into an area, see if there's fish. And now, granted, it's not a silver bullet, because, you know, Tyler, you were talking, you know, you're around cover and you got fish that are on the bottom. You're not always going to see those things. And so it's not the silver bullet, you know, where you can just show up and go, oh, here's fish or here's not fish.
Oh my gosh. Uh-oh.
But what it does is it helps you read the mood of the fish. It helps you understand, because
It's a 4-pounder.
Here, one of the greatest examples is we're out fishing on Michigan, and I was throwing drop shots, and you would see the smallies swim right under the drop shot. They wouldn't pay any attention. Switch over to a tube, all of a sudden we start getting it. But the crazy thing was right away I got 2 fish off of a drop shot, and if I wouldn't have had the forward facing to look at, I would have been hung up on my drop shot, because I'm like, well, I just caught 2 fish on it. Right. I'm going to grind it. But seeing how they react to it, I switched my presentation, and we had ourselves a time out there. So it's an incredible tool.
4-7.
Oh, man.
Wow. Gosh, just as it looked like Tony and Jeff were going to pull back within a fish of these guys.
Since I've been in here, I've seen Ben catch 2. I think he just brought his dad along just to net the fish.
Yeah. Well, the dynamic has changed a little bit. We started with Brian kind of showing the young buck what was up, and then Ben must have brought his notepad. So
he says, "Not so fast, Pops."
Yep.
Well, he's still training them. You know, he came from the walleye side. So.
That's right.
Back with the Lees. They have a pretty good lead over Frederick and Twardowski.
Yeah. Be interesting to see as it warms up a little bit. Both these guys mixing in some largemouth.
Now, wasn't this the matchup last year on Little Lake as well? I'm pretty sure the Lees were against Frederick and Twardowski.
Yeah. You're good. You're good right where you are.
Ooh. Good hook set from Chi.
Boat flip it.
Carpet flop it. Good work. You ever caught a bass on a black and blue jig? You ever tried that before?
Maybe once.
Maybe once or twice.
It's like, have you ever used the Senko? Yeah. Which are, by the way, a heck of a deal right now.
25% off. Yup. Solid one. Extends that gap a little bit. Already more than double ahead of Frederick and Trudowski.
So Andy, what I'm hearing from you though is that we need to rig up some forward-facing sonar on your boat.
That is what you're hearing from me.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. And yeah, you guys do a great rigging. You know, one of the tricky things is with the number of graphs that are going in boats now.
Yeah.
You guys have the proper setup for doing multiple graphs.
Yep.
And you have different options for doing those as well.
You know, we're really recommending the dedicated battery, dedicated power, you know, lithium, you know, to get that optimal performance out of your electronics.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't want to spend that money, you know, we can always rig it up the way that we've always done in the past, you know, off your starting battery. But, you know, to really see the difference in your forward-facing sonar, you do that.
They differ so much in color.
Dedicated battery, and it is a huge game changer from your standard battery.
Yeah, because, you know, when you, and a lot of it, like what you're talking about is the different noise that you'll get, you know, because on your main battery, you're running pumps. You're running the, you know, if you have Talons or Raptors or power poles.
Right.
You know, you're running, you know, so many things are running off that main battery. And, you know, it does interject noise, interference, where you don't get that optimal clarity. So, yeah, and the thing about the lithiums is they've come such a long way, especially when you can get a 36-volt single.
The same size as what you were running originally. Yep. And, you know, dedicated battery for the electronics. You know, we're running a 16-volt now, which, yes, you do not gain any better image being above 12 volts on Garmin or Lowrance. But it's going to maintain when that battery's dead, you're still above that 12 volts. So you're getting your optimal picture all the way through your day.
Can we leave now?
Yeah.
Been more than 3 docks.
There you go.
Hooked up.
Oh, Hank.
Bet that's what got us before.
Wrong flavor.
Dang. Hold on.
How do you leave a spot though after, you know, as you're
I'm
asking
gonna
to
let 'em go.
leave?
You don't want me
Right.
to fit.
Exactly. That always happens.
Now you got to.
Right.
It's a sign.
I'm not gonna get a penalty right now, I can tell you that. Good job. Dang. I saw how long it was. I was like, that didn't look right. We should check to make sure that that's not frayed up too, but. Yeah, let me see your line.
Yeah, it is.
We gotta fix it too. Oh yeah, it is.
Now, talking to these two before the start of the season, they had a very interesting outlook on what their goals were going to be for the season. Matt was really looking forward to enjoying some time with his son on the water, and he said they were coming in no practice. They're going to learn on the fly. They're going to do it how they want to do it and see how it all shakes out.
Let me get mine too.
Now, if they can make it to that Wapaka Chain Championship, they will be a deadly team because Matt spends a lot of time out there with Hank in the summertime. So, kind of getting their bearings about him in this first match. But this is a team to watch for sure throughout the rest of the season. And how fast have we seen a 13-pound deficit made up when the guys land on the right stuff?
This one, I might be able to.
What?
No. You got another one?
I can't get rid of because they're in this thing and it's so hard to lift up now.
Oh, Hank, he's going to be a great interview as he gets older.
Yeah, he is.
Because it doesn't sound like he's going to run out of anything to say.
Nope.
That's awesome.
Back up to Mitch and Dave Van Aert. Got a decent little lead over Warden Keene.
So sticky.
Instant snag.
Did you get him?
Yep.
Good.
That's a fish, dude.
Uh-oh.
I was waiting.
Once again, that Winnebago pop.
Ooh,
It's not that small. That's actually a big one.
Your line might
Says
be.
it's a big one.
Let's go. That's a nice one.
Oh, he wasn't lying either.
That's a brick.
Boy, MVE.
Jeez.
Woo-hoo. That is a beautiful
That's all right.
fish. That makes me smile. Look how fat that thing is. Where do we put the scales?
Shoulder girth on that thing.
That's got to be close to 4 pounds, I'm gonna assume. Zeros?
Oh, you got one. Reset it again. Yep.
Oh, what a football.
Yeah, that's a fat one, dude.
Oh, who's that for?
4 pounds.
4
Let's
pounds.
go. I called it.
Mitch.
Dang.
It's a good one.
What a way
And
to end the second quarter.
how shallow that fish was. too,
Yeah,
because
that's
it was,
exactly.
he was
Little
right
seam
tight.
I think we just kind of keep crawling along this stuff.
We also had a Kyle
That's
Poila
fun.
3.9 come through, as well as a Chi Lee 3.8. Guys whacking them right at the end of the second quarter. So we wind
It's got a
down
clean
our
bottom in there,
action
too.
here at
It is. It's like there's
halftime
rock out and there's sand.
of head-to-head bass event number 1. See what that Sportomotive scoreboard is looking like. These boys have whacked them.
Wow, so here we go. Let's run down the scoreboard. So we got the leads at 22-15. Frederick and Twardowski 8-10. Pretty quiet second period for them. We have Hansen and Poila 18-9. All of those fish have came in the second period. Stefan, 2 pounds, 2 ounces. Keene and Ward sitting at 8 pounds, 2 ounces against the Van Aerts at 18 pounds, 1 ounce. Van Aerts really kicking it up in that second period. We got the Tesh team, 8 pounds, 8 ounces they caught in that period. Total so far, 44 pounds, 14 ounces. Malika Gagnow put 10-14 on the board. They are at a total of 32 pounds, 14 ounces. We got the Neubauers sitting at 4 pounds, 15 ounces, and Richard and Hammond at 8 pounds, 6 ounces. All of these matchups, great matchups so far. I tell you what, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I'm also excited to go back to some TRS live shopping with Tyler Corey, he's in the Masterminds podcast. Let's see what he's got cooking.
Welcome back, TRS Live Shopping. Got some more great deals for you. Action slowed just a little bit in that second quarter, but we do have some great deals for you, of course. We started the show off 25% off all Yamamoto Senkos. These things never go on sale. You're going to burn through 1,000 of them this season. They are one of the most fish-catchingest baits on the planet. So you might as well stock up now. 3-inch, 4-inch, 5-inch Ned Senkos, all 25% off. Then we had the Anglers Ammo Net heads, football net heads, perfect pair with either that 3-inch Yamamoto Senko or our next deal here, the X-Zone Stealth Invader. This is an awesome finesse swim bait, little goby imitator, little perch imitator. If you're heading to Little Lake, might want to pick some of these up. These fish are gorging on those little perch right now, and these are the perfect imitator. Pair it with a net head, put it on the back of a jig, throw it by itself on a little round ball head. Great with forward facing, great for dragging on the bottom. The killer thing about this bait is that subtle tail kick. This thing, super subtle, super supple plastic, moves really easily in the water, slow dragging it. Perfect. Also, sneaky little drop shot bait too. They are on sale, regular price $5.99. You can get them today only through the TRS live shopping at $4.25. $4.25, and you can get 6 X Zone Stealth Invaders. Great little swim bait. Check out all the deals that we got going on, including this Stealth Invader deal on therealshot.com or swing in the store. Got a lot of guys who do in-store pickup. While you're here picking up your TRS live shopping deals, you might as well check out the rest of the stuff that we got. Come on down or shop online. Get all of these TRS live shopping deals today only. The rest of them on that TRS Real Deals tab, which is where you're going to go to find the deals, all on sale throughout the week. We got some great deals. We saw some bladed jigfish come in. We got Strike King Thunder Crickets on sale. Got some boots, got some fishing poles on sale. Really, the TRS Real Deals tab is a one-stop shop to save you a bunch of money and get some great gear in your hands at a great price. But I won't take too much of your time. Don't forget, all of these deals end today, but we will take a little break from the action. Stick with us, short commercial break, and we will be right back with more Little Lake Butte bass catching action. See ya.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
We are back. Back with the Van Erts.
Yeah, you can see that. The idea you're
I
talking
hope
about?
everyone out there is taking advantage of those crazy deals Tyler's giving away there. Those are awesome deals.
Oh, yeah.
Back with Matt and Hank.
Might have to place a couple orders here and go pick them up quick.
I tell you what.
That track comes way out. There he is.
I always get in trouble on head-to-head day. Oh, Hank is hooked up.
How does he feel? Nice one. Good job.
Oh!
Told you that. God, look how chunky that bass is, Hank. Good one.
Hank says, Dad, get the net.
They like your blue.
Hank the hammer on the board.
That is the fattest little bass. Look how fat he is. Here. Told you there'd be one on that track. Here. Okay. So we gotta zero it. Zeros.
V over 4.
Good job. Golly, 2 pounds.
I wonder if you
2
weigh
even.
him.
Nice.
2 even.
I wonder if you weigh him.
No, we don't.
That is
He's
An
like
11-inch, 2-pound
no
fish.
kidding. Golly.
I'll enter him.
Good work, Hank.
Okay.
That's
Go
awesome.
nice.
There is not a more appropriate name for a fisherman than Hank.
Good job. Okay.
They got another one?
Do we?
No, do they?
I'm not telling you. They did. They caught one more.
Oh. What
That's
are they
okay.
at?
They're at like 18 pounds.
Okay.
Good job. I told you there'd be one on that track.
And I'm kind of just tossing it. What?
Should be another one on that track.
They like, when you look at there's a big round base that's down there.
Yeah.
They like sitting on that.
On that, yeah.
So now with the other 2 teams, I think, have gotten out of this area. It's really freed up Tony and Jeff to kind of move around and explore and
fish.
Nope. Catch a fish.
Good work.
Good job.
Inching a little closer.
You want to hit the tail end real quick?
You just got a feeling that this match is going to come down to that last half an hour. Whoever can keep the pace.
That's on this one. That's my favorite post.
Yeah, I know it is.
Are they in the same area, or did they move out a ways?
They moved out just a little bit. They're fishing those high lines that run across.
Yeah.
2 pounds, 15 ounces.
Another 215, almost a 3-pounder for those guys.
What the hell happened there?
Uh-oh.
That's quite the beard Tony's been cultivating there.
Yup.
He was on that lip.
Imagine that.
Keeps you warm on colder days.
Yeah.
It does. You
Sure
also
does.
store some food.
Right.
They were
Just in case you get a little hungry for a snack later.
Right.
Yep.
You know, I have heard rumors that what he does when he fishes is he just puts extra baits in that beard.
Yeah.
So when he wants to switch out,
Makes
you
sense.
know.
I know exactly how it works.
Seeing the Steffens. Put one more on the board there.
Got him, Hank.
Oh, hooked up again.
It's a nice one.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Good job.
Good
Wow,
work
look at
on the
these are
net.
Fat bass.
Nice.
Look how fat that bass is. Oh my God. They look like bluegill.
They do look like bluegills.
That is.
Wait, how do you do it then?
Here, we
Lock?
get it. Oh yeah, we get hit. Lock on a spot. Okay, locked it. Oh wait, hold on.
Best
Can I
time to
hold
catch
him?
a fish is right after you caught
Got
him.
him.
That's right.
Yeah.
Isn't there a penalty for dropping him in the bow? Jeez Louise, this thing's fat. How long do you think he is? This might be a 4.
Clear.
He's peeing.
Stop it, you're losing
We
weight.
don't have to have our total in here, right? Okay.
Put
Right.
your hand
clear.
over it. Hold that in there.
Matt and Hank
I'll
figuring
watch
a little something out. Wow.
3-3?
Unbelievable.
3-4.
It's a 3 1/4 that was maybe 17 inches long, not even.
Show him to the camera.
16.
He's bigger than your head. 3 and 4. Okay.
Wow.
Look how tall that fish
Yeah.
is.
Just a football.
I'm surprised we had not got a penalty yet.
Healthy fish.
I touched his tail when he started swimming away.
All right, Hank. And they didn't catch one. Good net jump.
Good deal.
Thanks. We're catching up fast and furious.
I can't believe how fat that bass was.
That thing was a chunky monkey. Chunky monkey.
They're great.
Right on
Chunky
that
monkey is a great way to describe that one. For sure.
He watches any fishing
Yeah,
shows?
exactly. Over to their opponents, Hansen and Poila, feeling pretty good about their lead, but Matt and Hank are back within.
One sitting on that dock post. I looked at him.
That's a good one, huh?
Oh,
saw that one on live scope.
Look at
Hits
these
right to the post
fish that are on these docks. Look how fat that
no
thing
kidding.
is.
Jeez.
Another big one. Another big one. Nice. Was never
Look
coming
at
off
how
either.
Jeez.
that thing is.
Just built.
No, not on that red line.
If people
Beautiful.
wonder why the parking lot of Little Lake Butte is packed, this is why.
This is why. And if you come out here, don't fish for largemouth. It's not. It's
No,
not
we'll
good.
find out later.
Don't. I would just smallmouth fish if I were you.
Did you wipe it on my
Well, I noticed you didn't have your boat hooked up. I figured you were heading out there right after.
No.
I tell you what,
That's got to be almost a 4-pounder, isn't it?
it is fat.
Locked at 4-1.
Wow.
No, 4-pounder.
Boom. Jeez. Good work. Look at the shoulders on that one.
There we go.
That is what you would call a beautiful northern strain largemouth.
At 11:01, that's going to be his new Facebook profile
Yep,
picture.
exactly right. Exactly right.
If it doesn't catch a bluegill, I bet we'll have it.
That one puts them up to 22-10.
Got him, Hank.
Oh!
Stefan said, I got something to say about that. Oh, another nice one.
Good job.
That has a chunk monk too.
Largemouth are heating up.
Yeah.
Another one on the weedless wacky shot. Here, let me get him.
Stop flip-flopping.
Okay,
He
got him.
just opened his mouth.
Good job.
He just opened his mouth for me. Lock, right? Lock.
Yep, lock. Here. You can't push with your gloves on.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Clear.
We're in the honey hole now.
Heck, yeah. All it takes, just getting that little clue.
Stop. Yes!
210.
That locked in barely.
Nice.
Let him go and I'll enter him.
How old is Hank?
Show him to the camera again.
I want to say 8.
I'm gonna
That
have
is
Plum on
perfect.
this side this time.
And when are the seminars he's instructing?
Yeah, no kidding. You'll be at the Real Shot this afternoon, letting everyone know
He
how to
went
use
that way.
that core tackle stuff.
He went the other way. Opposite way.
Get that kid a sponsorship.
No kidding.
That's right.
They did?
Yep.
How big?
I think it was a 3-pounder offhand. Good
What are
job.
they at now?
They're at like 22. And we're at 10.
Might have been a 4.
It's okay.
Ah. Mom, Dr. Starosefin says Hank is
What are
8
their
currently. He will be
ounces?
9 at the end of July.
What are
Wow.
ounces?
Well, needless to say, he is fishing well beyond
I
his
was going to
years.
say, well beyond his years. I fished this dock last week, and that dog was still there, barking just the same.
Big one. It's wrapped up. Come on.
Go get him.
Come on. There we go.
Good work.
Not a big one, just very wrapped.
Feet one.
Very wrapped.
They're head-to-head fans.
Another beautiful fish. Where did I put that skate? There it is.
I don't speak fluent canine, but I think that he just said,
Zeros.
keep catching them.
Yeah.
Matt and Hank are catching up.
You having fun, Trevor? Yeah, we had a great time.
I also heard something of the effect of go down to the Real Shot and Sporto.
Correct.
To buy some more stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I wasn't sure if I caught that quite. Like I said, not exactly fluent, but that is what he said. Yeah.
3-pounder locked.
3-pounder. Good work.
Beautiful.
Wow. God, just as you think Stefan and Stefan are going to start mounting a little comeback, they have a formidable foe in Hansen and Poila. There it is.
I don't think dogs ever lose their voice.
Hold on, what?
Nitro, Z21, at Sportomotive.
No.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Crush City Bronco Bug. 3-pounder ounce weight at the Real Shot. There they are. That's what they just said.
Whoa,
there we go.
Big sweeties. They want to come out and play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring them in the boat. This one time I was at a ramp.
Trevor
There was
says
this guy who was
the bugs are only good
bringing
for
his
one
boat
fish.
in,
That's my
and the dog
6th
went
fish
from
on
his
this
boat, ran right across, jumped into mine, and was ready to go. like,
Probably
hang on,
need to
buddy.
check that line though, because I was on that dock for quite a ways.
Yeah, he did not care who. He just wanted to be in a boat.
She good.
I'm guessing he wanted to be in a Nitro.
He did.
He did. Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
Knew it was the best ride out there.
Absolutely.
And that giant front deck there's all sorts of room. You can bring 2, 3 of them and everyone fish on the front deck.
Bring all your friends.
That's right.
I love that front deck.
Back over to the silent senseis. Hua Ming Lee, Chi Lee, hooked up.
She's hot.
She's hot.
They don't say much, but when they do, you better listen.
Oh, look at that. It's like 2.5.
Oh my God.
Zeros.
To see if you can put rice paper on the front deck of their boat, and if they can walk across the deck while catching a fish without making a sound.
Without making a sound. I bet they could.
215.
215.
Bam.
Nice.
They're starting to put a hurting on Ron and Chris.
All largemouth out of this spot too.
Take them all day.
Yep. I like watching Cheese updates on social media every day when he's holding trophy fish.
Yeah.
One day it's a steelhead, one day it's a crappie, one day it's a bass, one day it's a walleye.
Multi-species master.
Yeah. One day it's a shark, tuna.
17.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what it says.
That's silent sensei. So great. Speaking of Chris and Ron.
Here they are. They're falling behind a little bit. Seeing that dock bite heat up, though, they're doing the right deal, it seems.
Go throw it in there and dink, dunk. Gotta get it better.
Meng's probably got 20 pounds by now.
You got like 812 and he had 13.2 or 13.12. I don't know what it was. No use checking on how I catch a fish. Not like we're gonna do much different. Anything different.
Question in the chat, head to head is in every fish counts over 1 pound. Brings that interesting dynamic. We want it to feel like a marathon while we're here.
That's something weird down there. Oh, a rock or something.
And even though the
Still
matches
something weird.
they seem like they're short, but when you're in that boat, they seem like you're there all day.
When you have the lead, they feel like it's 15 hours long, and when you're trying to play catch up, it feels like 28 minutes.
Right.
Someone asked whose boat the Lees are on. We believe it is a relative having motor problems with this boat. Ming's having electronic issues with his.
Come on.
Jeff hooked up in the trees.
We need to go in.
Oh, broke him off.
We should have went in and got it.
That's okay. It's okay. Keep going.
I just got hit too. We
Okay.
both did.
It was gonna happen at some point.
I'll get him.
Got him?
He broke me off now.
They both broke him off.
What the heck? Let me get past you. I'll go behind you and get my stuff here.
Okay.
What are the chances?
I would say pretty good.
So what is water temperature out there?
Great question. I have not heard an update from today. The latest update that I could give you was that mid-low 50s. Yep, 55 is what we are seeing right now.
Nice.
So prime pre-spawn conditions. Water temp right there at 50 degrees, and that all varies. Like where we're looking at Ben and Brian here up against the bank, real shallow. You in these areas, like where we just saw Jeff and Tony, you might see that water temp really starting to warm up here as the day goes on, might be mid 50s, and then you look at where Mitch and Dave are in the current on the bottom end of the lake. That's going to be your colder water, might only be 51, 52 up there or down there. So once again, speaking to a dynamic fishery. Don't quote me, but I believe it's only, boom, perfect, 52. 39 degrees, still dealing with those broken clouds. Supposed to see some sunshine pop out here at some point, but still a little chilly for these guys. A real feel of 34 on that Sportamotive weather report. Ouch.
Now, the Teshes here, they've moved off of that spot that they hammered.
Yeah.
So, and they're not far, you know, they're in that same area, but,
yeah,
you know, there's something to be said letting that wrasse come back out there.
That is the cool thing about this place, is you can be fishing smallmouth out towards the middle of the lake, dragging offshore rock, and then kick your trolling motor on 10, and in 2 minutes you're flipping laydowns up against the bank.
Yeah.
You know, I think it has something to do with that nitro in there too. I mean, I think he's got the highest weight in the tournament.
Oh yeah.
Last year you saw Casey Hoffman also have that highest weight.
think this is a...
I'm thinking there's a coincidence here.
Oh, it's a big pike.
Oh.
Gosh.
Jeez.
Oh.
Hank the pike
I
wrangler.
mean, when it splashes, like, this is not a bass.
Start keeping them, start pickling them.
What did you think it was?
There you go.
The bass are big and chunky, and the pike are long and skinny. Oh boy.
Yeah, there is no shortage
probably
of
gonna have
pike
to
in this
get
lake.
No, not at all.
And there's also some
just-
pretty decent
just snip
muskies
it
out
right
there.
there.
A lot
Yeah.
of times in the fall, you'll see guys out there trolling for muskies. Yeah.
I've got a buddy that had a 50 on.
Really?
Wow.
More.
Yeah, this place is just so fertile. Everything grows to
okay.
maximum size. You look at The Little Lake Butte is smack in between. It's connected to Winnebago and it's connected to Green Bay.
Right.
It's got all the nutrients of the
saw that
Winnebago
splash
system,
and it was
Wolf River, Fox River, all pulling into it.
That's a big one.
All the bait fish, all the nutrients through the entire system kind of gets caught here.
Because they would be in this one.
They're in the craw bag.
What?
The craw bag.
This is the pitch box bag.
Yeah, that's the one they'd be in.
What color is their bag? Yellow?
Dang, I thought that was a giant.
Dad, it's a yellow?
That would be a yellow bag, yeah. Oh boy. There's a mess in this boat. We smell like northern pike. Hank is on a rampage right now. Bass, pike, if it's in his way, he's catching it.
Yeah, we do, Dad.
You find one?
Not a blue.
Yeah, you got a chigger cod. You got a blue one? There should be a blue one in there. There you go.
And
Once
here.
again, I told Hank to throw something. He said, I don't want to. I said, whatever. And then he starts catching them like normal. So, I don't know. We're putting a couple fish in the boat. We've definitely had several more chances where we've lost fish or broke fish off. And I know we're behind by a good, healthy margin right now, but I feel like with the size of the bass we're seeing, that's not that many bites. So, we'll see.
My arm is killing me.
Why is your arm hurting?
Because I had to reel in the pike, 2 pike, and 2 bass that fought like a smallmouth going 2 million miles an hour.
They call it fisherman arm. Good fisherman arm is what they call that. You only get that when you're catching fish.
You know, they're working their way around to where
you got a bait out that you want?
Mitch and Tyson
Yep.
had their day.
I'm gonna
Did a lot
save
of
that
work.
last one.
Yeah. So when you look at their deficit, what they're behind, they can come, you know, that whole area is really good.
Right.
But they can come and they can find those stretches where they can really load up.
Right.
So.
All right, we are live.
We're live. What do you want to talk about? Talk about how the day's going, how the weather is.
Economy.
Docks.
How about we catch it? Oh!
Oh.
What the heck? Go live, miss a fish. Dang.
It's not good. We missed the last 2.
I'm telling you right now, I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, we're having a good time. We'd like to keep the throttle down, keep the pace going. These fish seems like they slid back to the cover that they probably were on the last couple days, but they're still a little funky. I mean, 37 degrees at takeoff this morning. Felt like 6 in the wind. Had them a little tight-lipped. We certainly expected more than what we've got, and we're happy with what we have currently, and we're just going to keep plugging away. We've got another hour and a half. Put some weight on. I'm looking at one right now that's on that opposite post, but he just will not bite for whatever reason, unless I'm just on the wrong side of the post, which could be the case. Let's try that side.
What a great interview, Ty.
Yeah, I'm actually watching them on live underneath the docks, which is pretty fun. Not gonna lie, that last 4-pounder I caught, looking at the post, which obviously is straight, and you watch just a bulb hanging off the side of the post, and I watched him follow it down and looked back up on my line, and she swam off to the left.
So educational.
Cracked her. So fun, dude. Tell you what. I'm having a great time. I don't know about you, but this is fun.
I've been singing, dancing, catching fish, yelling.
That average that they got, 3.2.
I'll tell you what, though, you put the brake
That's a strong fish.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Loving the slow speed here.
Slow presentations.
Feel like Mitch Van Aert. I want to go.
It'd be funny if they had like 87 pounds right now.
They probably do. It's just not my game. I'm trying to get boogieing. Oh.
What do you think he was like as a kid?
Oh,
I should say
boy.
as a younger kid.
Yeah, no kidding. A handful. Silent senseis have not gone far, and they're hooked up again. Starting to work on a pretty healthy gap on Frederick and Trudowski.
Yeah, I think Chris and Ron might be in a little trouble here.
Get him. Oh. There we go.
I think they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, no kidding. Not small.
Oh,
Chunky
man.
one. Yeah.
Short is another football.
Look at how small the mouth is on that fish, and just the rest of the body is crazy.
Well, it is Little Lake Butte. They may have little deformities.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 3-9.
Yeah. Oh,
dang.
14-inch fish.
Yeah.
3-9.
The Little Lake special right there. Over to their opponents, Chris and Ron. Still slow picking away at it. Started big with that 412. Biggest fish of the day, but since then it has been mostly crickets for these guys.
I'm gonna head back to the store.
Awesome.
Or go sell some boats, huh?
Thank you so much.
Thanks for stopping in.
Thank you, guys.
And we will see you. Before you bail, what are your predictions for that first Winnebago walleye event in a couple weeks?
Boy, I've honestly have not been fishing yet, so, but seeing weights from last weekend, I think you could see some pretty good weights coming out of there. 25, pretty easily, I would say.
Good deal.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We'd be in for that.
So I'm going to say it's going to be a pretty good bite.
I might not catch a fish.
You know, as long as the guys can find them.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously there's a lot of transitions right now, so.
Well,
see
good
what
deal.
happens. So I'll have more insight for you next week.
10-4. We will see you then.
See you soon.
All right, thank you guys.
Take it easy.
Let me at him.
Yeah, I seen one mulling around in there, but that's it.
Jeepers.
Kyle's brother Nick says Kyle was a bully as a kid. I can attest.
It's funny.
It'll probably get really nice right before we leave.
Oh, it'd be beautiful right before we leave.
Like the last, like over the weekend was super nice at like 3:15.
Always fun when the Sportomotive crew stops by.
Absolutely. We appreciate it.
Great group of guys over there.
As always, you guys see those sponsors scrolling across the bottom, scrolling through that upper left corner. We would appreciate you supporting the people who support this production because they are the ones who keep it rolling. We always want to make this deal bigger and better, and the best way to do that is support our sponsors so we can keep growing.
All you need is love.
That's right.
Just give some love.
Let them know Head to Head sent you too if you stop in.
So we're kind of
let them know.
Trying to fish the river still here, and I don't know. It seems like the fish aren't really schooled up here for some reason.
Don't know.
But we're just gonna. I think we're just gonna stick it out here. Last time I checked, Warden Keene had like 8 pounds. I don't know if that changed. Yeah, it's the same. So we're up 11 pounds 3 ounces. We could run to the lake and hit some other spots.
I got
but,
bit right there.
it seems like we're kind of consistently getting some bites in here. So we're just going to stick it out for the rest of the day. And I anticipate at some point with the sun, especially on that starting spot, those fish are going to pull up tighter to the rock, hopefully. So that should help our chances. That was a bite?
It was.
That was another. I'm telling you, they're just not biting good. That was a bite there too.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw something that you do experience, especially up here a lot in the springtime, where the morning bite is so strong, and then it kind of slacks off in that mid-morning, despite the cold. It was the coldest part of the day was right away when these guys got out there, and that first hour was by far our most catchingest period of time. So
they were probably, thinking they're going to go up the spawn, and the water dropped a degree or two again, and they're not really feeding like they were a couple weeks ago. So, well, that's good. We can watch him and see where he goes.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is Warden Keene that just pulled in, just up from the
Mitch is a
Vanners.
veteran, I fished one head-to-head years ago on the Winnebago chain, and it's a great experience, but I was one and done. It was just a bad day. Of course, have watched a lot of head-to-head in the last couple of years with Mitch fishing and the rest of my buddies. It's just addictive. It's hard to work when it's on, and I'm really glad to be in the boat instead of listening to it at work. So, looking forward to the season without question.
Yeah, but Dad, he was like, because I was fishing around for a partner, and he's like, "Oh, I know Adam's looking," and I was like, "Oh, why don't we fish? I'd like to fish with you or whatever." And I think we're gonna compete for sure.
Yeah,
so, and it's just a fun time.
We'll be able to work together to practice.
Yeah, that'll help too.
That's gonna play. Make sure we put ample time in to get an edge if we can.
Mm-hmm.
Slide on over to Matt Ward and Logan Keene. So I'm just pulling pretty close to the Vannerts there. Both these teams kind of head-to-head veterans.
Stick 'em.
No. Last year, Ward and Keene just in the nick of time got their way into the playoff bracket with that last week win. Unfortunately faced one of the hottest hands in the bracket right off the bat, Frederick and Twardowski, and ended up out in the first round. But talking to them in the offseason, they're excited to get the season started again. They're looking to expand on some of what they learned last season, and they're really looking forward to the entire season not being on the Winnebago system, kind of traveling around a little bit.
Yeah. But we got them on tubes last time. I'm hoping one will just come up and eat it. I'll be doing that all day.
Boy, it's nice to catch a breath for a minute. We've been
just
so much action in the first two head-to-heads. Give a shout out to our friends with the Guide Directory. If you guys are looking to get out on the water, be sure to hit up these guys. Bob Kloss with Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters. We saw him in action in the first head-to-head event of the year. He'll put you on a great walleye bite in the springtime on Bay of Green Bay, the Fox River. He'll also put you on a great salmon bite throughout the summer, as well as a good numbers walleye bite. You can see there in the picture, the guy is no stranger to putting eaters in the boat, getting clients exactly what they're looking for. Also, be sure to give Die Hard Angling a look. Die Hard Angling, you can get him on his website, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. He does walleye, he does bass, he does perch, salmon, trout. Pretty much anything you want to go on a trip, either of these guys will get you on it. You got their phone number, their website, Facebook, Instagram, all on the graphic there. If you guys are looking to get out on the water and experience some great fishing, these are your #1 contacts right here. And be sure to let them know that Head to Head sent you. We appreciate them supporting this programming, and we would appreciate it if you guys would support their business and get out on the water with these guys. They are two of the best on the Bay of Green Bay as well as Lake Winnebago, and they are more than willing to share their tips and tricks with you. So be sure to hit them up if you're looking to get out on the water.
I tell you, going with quality guides does so much for shortening learning curves.
Absolutely.
Steering you in the right direction. One trip with a guide can cut 5 years off of your learning curve.
Absolutely.
You get that one-on-one time. You can ask them questions. They can educate. It's an on-the-water seminar.
Yep.
And you get to catch a bunch of fish.
Right. Yeah, and the good thing about both of those guys is they're really good. Like if you're a beginner and you just want to get out there and catch some fish, they'll do those kind of trips. But if you're an experienced angler looking to learn, they'll also do those kind of in-depth, forward-facing sonar, seasonal tactics, breaking down water. They'll do all that with you. So 2 great guides on.
Absolutely. You know, one of the most important things about fishing is building that network.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there is no such thing as a solo angler that can go to all these different places and just, you know, be successful.
Right.
You need a network of people to bounce things off of, to learn from each other, to help each other out. And one of the other great things, and a lot of us do this, is we follow people on Facebook that are out there doing it. So, yeah, follow them, check them out, talk to them, go out with them. It's such a much more relaxing and fun way to learn.
Yeah. Absolutely it is. Head around over to Malika and Gag now.
Let's go fish.
Teshes have been on a little bit of a lull here. This is kind of they're leaving the door open for Tony and Jeff, but
they are.
Saw those guys break 2 off back to back, hooked up here.
And Jeff says, hang on.
Let me help you with that.
Now these guys just came back to this area.
Wrong speckies.
One of these slimy guys.
Looks like he got run over.
Yeah.
All right, well.
That one will not count towards the total.
No. He's doing a good job releasing it below the gunnel. Because as Dave Van Aert showed us earlier this morning, all fish need to be released below the gunnel.
Correct.
Phew.
Oh, got that one out of the way. Now let's catch some bass.
Yep, just like last year, we see the highest weights of any matchups, and it just so happens that Tony and Jeff are on the wrong end of it currently. Unfortunately. Plenty of time left. An hour to make up 10 pounds is nothing, but they got a little work to do here.
You know, it's interesting when
They are still at the same
you know,
point, so
getting
we
to
got a
watch the
chance.
live fishing.
Yeah, we need to get something.
You very quickly understand that bite windows are a
Thing
thing.
is, oh,
absolutely.
When the lake becomes active,
Right.
when the lake shuts down, and
Wasting a half an hour.
you know,
I
it's
know,
like
we're just-
everything
we're just
rises and
guessing.
lowers.
I mean, if we were down
So
15 pounds
when
or
you get
something,
in
we'd
these
have to go do
lulls,
something
the
new,
importance of being able to pick off a couple of
fish. Stay mentally headstrong, not get down on yourself, and stick with the decisions that you're making.
Oh, big attaboy. Stay on there.
Grant's
Stay
hooks
on
that game is on point.
It is. They're in a little
It ain't a
different
big one,
spot.
but it's a nice one. Where's he at here? Coming up.
You can tell. You can tell these boys put in some
It's a
work
2
to find
1/4.
some of
Good
these
job.
areas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because over where they are, that's kind of there's not a lot.
God, you're just kicking
necessarily
my
over there.
Right.
Kicking my, you know. But I switched to your color now. It has to be something. Oh. 2-pounder? Yeah. Two one.
2-1.
Pull the gunnel.
That gets that match pretty tight.
Good job, kid. Thanks. Knocks.
One more bite either way. Easy.
Those safeties are off.
No kidding.
Just like that.
Boy, if the kid would have been over there, he'd be out of the boat right
He
now.
would. Yep. Brings him within 1 pound, 6 ounces of Richard and Hammond. Saw him go on that little run there in the second hour of competition, and since then it's been crickets.
Moved it a couple times.
It hit it just like yesterday.
Yeah, that was a normal bite. You'd think with the 1 pound fish, you'd have a bunch of fish coming in. It'd be a hectic deal, but it isn't for us. We'd be better off with 5 fish. I mean, not today, I guess, but usually 5 fish would be better off.
What's that?
Oh! Did he tell him to duck?
Head. I'm setting.
I ducked.
I had to. On that.
That's fine. I want you to hook set, because if you do get one. Every time I don't hook set is when I get screwed.
Back over to the Bull in a China Shop team.
Well, there's lots of grass if I look left.
Tyson Hansen, Kyle Poila, 1/2 of our #1 seeded team from last season. Returning with a new partner and picking up right where they left off pretty much.
Could it be the bull and the handler?
Yeah, exactly.
So did I.
Oh.
My eye.
2 guys in a tin boat. Oh!
Oh, brown.
It is.
Nice fish.
I told you. I told you. And that's why I probably
Pulled
missed
out
it.
of the water before it even got close to the net.
On that red chatterbait.
You think he's got some confidence in that thing?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you there's smallmouth over here.
Biggest fish of the day so far, 412 right off the bat from Frederick and Trudowski. I do not think that this one will quite touch that, but it will certainly add to their total. Putting a little more pressure on Matt and Hank, but I don't know if they really feel pressure.
Nice. Brown one.
211. These two, they are going to be a fun duo to watch all season long. Haven't seen it much yet this event. Kind of saw them start with a little big bait action, but these two are also both quite big fans of the larger than average swim baits. So, as
Almost
we move to some
guarantee
of
you
our
the one that I had.
we're gonna
further in the year type events, I
Almost
think that we're going to see some really cool stuff out of this boat.
You'd swear these two would be musky fishing.
Yeah.
When no,
Just
they're
so
not.
accurate today. Decided to hit the same post several times in a row. Somehow proceeded to time a bug in a knot.
Couple of teams on the move. Boy, I really thought that we were going to be on pace for some record-setting action, and we were after that first hour, but it has certainly slowed down a little bit. I'm expecting, as we come closer to this final hour,
There's one.
Oh!
hooked up.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, big sheepy.
Snag.
Oh.
I'll take care of him.
You should, here, just save your
I don't even want to net him.
You want a pliers?
Nope. You just keep casting right here for a minute. How does that even happen?
This system's got some impressive sheephead.
Yes, it does. That is ideal scenario. It never works that easily.
No.
Thought I had a stick for a second, but
No worry about releasing him below the gunnel if he pops off in the water. These guys have
Once you
stuck
retire,
strong with that
Yeah,
in the
it's all
current
good.
river
That
game
Jake has
plan.
been through it.
And not the biggest match weight that we've seen so far, but
Getting the job done.
getting the job done for
Find
sure.
the right Kitech swim bait you wanted?
I did, yep.
You know, fishing the way they're fishing around a lot of snaggy stuff, it's mentally exhausting.
Absolutely it is.
Because you spend a lot of time popping free, getting out of snags,
Retying.
You know, it's mentally exhausting.
Yeah.
And if you're not prepared for that mental onslaught, you could spin out in a hurry.
Absolutely. That's one thing. You watch these two fish. They are very headstrong for sure. Mitch is one of the best in the game at staying steady, sticking with his game plan, not questioning himself, and just
You want to idle down to that
slow and
stuff, Mitch?
steady, working his way through, putting fish on the board.
I'm ready if you are.
And you think every fish counts, you know, fast-paced 4-hour matches, that the faster
so
styles
good
would
right
work better. But we saw a lot of times, especially last year, where camping in an area, capitalizing on
that's probably
every
the
fish
best.
in an area, helped these guys really
We're just going to idle, yeah.
collect that #1 seed at the end of the year.
And you know, like, you know, fishing, there's never one answer. And it's really a day-to-day, and even when you look at these different matchups, you know, we got some matchups today that are just slugfests. We have other matchups where it doesn't have to be a slugfest. And,
Right.
you know, it's you have to fish in the moment, right? And when you look at what they're doing,
been
they're getting the
firing.
job
It was
done.
loaded on
You
Sunday,
know,
just
now
loaded. We had
the
like
great thing about
10
head-to-head
casts,
and
10
seeing
fish.
what your opponents have,
just gonna put up
if you end up getting down,
an
well,
hour.
then maybe you got to
That
look
didn't
at
happen.
changing what you're doing
Right.
and switch to a faster pace. But
He's got some in
if-
there, so did Malika.
if you can fish
but the
your
fish were just
style,
real
your
scattered, they weren't
comfort,
stacked
and
up, they
still
weren't
maintain a
aggressive,
lead,
so we gotta find
have
You're good, yeah.
Have at it.
Get back in the game here. So we're just gonna keep hunting and keep moving until we get on them. Lost a few fish. But can't cry milk, can you? Get back in and whack a few. Oof. The rock pile. Oof.
These two were a very streaky team last year, too. You'd see them go quiet for an hour and then turn the jets on in an hour and then quiet for an hour.
7 feet
When they figure out a bite, they certainly capitalize on it,
gonna blow
but
through it anyways.
they're
We'll go
also
to a
very
different
good at
area.
managing the dead time and kind of working their way to an ultimate goal. And really, I mean, 19.5 to 8.2 sounds like a lot, but with the average size fish that we've seen today, really, it's 3 bites.
Yeah.
2 bites if you're on the upper end. So
What was that?
What was that?
I don't know. What was that?
Oh, there's like a little piece of cardboard there.
What?
What is that?
Cameraman's got to go down, Frank.
Oh, wait, it was right there?
No, it was right in here somewhere.
Yeah, I thought it was right, like, there. Got him.
Oh,
Nice
hooked up.
It's a bass.
On his knees.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Big pike.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Another
Don't
dang
get him in the
pike.
trolling motor. Is he in the trolling motor?
No.
No, he's in the weeds.
Oh, man.
That's a
I bet
dandy.
you got that's the best one so far.
Wrong flavor, but it's a dandy.
Wow. That thing is
If those
thick.
pike turned, we would be
Dang, I swear
smoking.
when he rolled out there, I thought he was a big bass.
Me too.
You want
I
to let
got
him go? You get okay. Okay. Just bare handle him. Ooh. There, let me check.
Good release below the gunnel.
How many is that? 3?
I think that's my 4th pike.
4?
Hank the pike slayer.
Man, I saw that one. I swear that was a big one when he flashed. Do we have another one of these? Because there is.
No.
This one's starting to.
And this thing,
Here, hold on. Let me get the.
I have one more, but I don't want that one. 'Cause I want to
you
save
want to
that
try
one.
a different one?
It's like it's the same, technically blue. If that doesn't work, I can go back to. Can you open this?
That's a good point. Hank is going to be worn out. I don't know if they got a Wednesday nighter, but they frequent the Wednesday nighters on the Wisconsin River. And Matt said that they do plan on fishing a head-to-head match in the morning, driving straight back to Stevens Point and jumping in the Wednesday nighter on the Wisconsin River. So they got a day full of fishing on Wednesdays. It'll be awesome to follow along with these two. And that draws us to the end of the third quarter of competition here in Bass League Event 1. Take a look at that Sportomotive scoreboard and see where it lies.
All right, well, it feels like this quarter was a little quieter than some of the others. So we look at the Lees, they have 29 pounds, 7 ounces, still leading Frederick and Tverdowski. They were not able to put any weight on the boards. They're still at 8 pounds, 10 ounces. Hansen and Poila, they're at 28 pounds, 5 ounces. They had another good period. They put 9 pounds, 12 ounces on the board. Stefan and Stefan, they put 7 pounds, 14 ounces on the board. So they're at 10 pounds even. Then we go to Keene and Ward, 8 pounds, 2 ounces. They did not put any weight on the board that third period. Van Aert, they added to their weight by 1 pound, 4 ounces. So they're at a total of 19 pounds, 5 ounces. Then we go to the Slugfest, and it was a pretty quiet quarter for Tesh. They did not put any weight on the board. They're still at 44 pounds, 14 ounces. Malakin and Gagnow were only able to put 2 pounds, 15 ounces on the board. So they got a little bit closer. They're at 35 pounds, 13 ounces. Neubauer's, they are at 7 pounds even. And Richard and Hammond are at 8 pounds, 6 ounces. So kind of a quieter period, but what's not quiet are some of these deals that Tyler is kicking out. Let's go back to Tyler with some more TRS Real Shot shopping.
Welcome back for one last visit to the Basterminds podcast layer, taken over by TRS Live Shopping. We started it off just to recap the deals that we've had so far if you're just tuning in. 25% off Yamamoto Syncos was our first deal. These legendary blue bags, these little stickworms have caught more bass in my boat, in everyone else's boat, than just about every other bait, and they're 25% off today only. Be sure to check out that deal. I don't know what we got left in stock. If you guys are not hammering this deal, I am shocked because you're going to use them. You catch one fish per bait, but you can't put them down because they catch so many dang fish. So sure to check that out. 25% off all Yamamoto Syncos, 4 inchers, 5 inchers, 3 inchers, Ned Syncos, all 25% off. Then we went to the Anglers Ammo football net heads. Great net head. Football head design keeps you snagged up less. We're seeing a lot of guys dragging stuff, catching a lot of fish doing that. Try out the football net. If you're a fan of the regular net, but you're tired of getting snagged up, that'll help you for sure. We also have the Omega Slayer net head on that deal. $497 for those, $399 for the Anglers Ammo net heads. Then we had the X-Zone Stealth Invader. Sneaky little finesse swim bait. A lot of guys go for the Kitex, the Fat Swing Impacts, the Easy Shiners. This is a great other option if you want to show them something just a little different. Great on a drop shot, great on those football net heads, great on a swim bait head. Very sneaky jig trailer too if you're looking to imitate a bottom perch goby type deal, but put it on a bigger package. It's a great complement to any of those football style finesse jigs. And then finally, the one that you've been waiting for, you've seen this rod sitting in the back the entire time. You know we're not going to leave you without a rod deal. We have Tatula Elite Series rods. These are the silver ones. A lot of pros using these rods. They're great rods. Regular price on these for the non-AGS ones, the regular Tatula Elites, $189.99. AGS guides, $289.99. You can get them today. Non-AGS, $99.99. Whatever we have left in stock. Regular guides, great rods. We got some select few actions left in stock, but great actions nonetheless. And the AGS ones, the top of the line, the Maseratis of the Tatula Elite line, $149.99. Same guides they use on the Steezes, same guides they use on a lot of their high-end rods. On the beautiful silver Tatula Elite blank for $150. How can you beat that? These deals are today only. They are in-store and online. In-store pickup is also a great option. Come see us or have it shipped straight to your house. That's a great way to do it too. But that is it for TRS Live Shopping. One more recap. Senkos, Stealth Invaders, Ned Heads, Tatula Elite rods, all on sale. Head to TRS.com, The Real Shot. Head over to the Staff Picks tab. You will see the TRS Real Deals tab there. We got all sorts of great deals, including these. Some of those are TRS Real Deals. Those will run for the rest of the week. If you heard about it here on TRS Live Shopping, though, you got to get on those deals today only. Those deals will end at the end of the day today. We appreciate you guys checking them out. Be sure to slide on into the Real Shot for all of your hunting, fishing, outdoors, you name it. We got it. So come on in, stop on in, shop the website, or come see us in store. We love that. We appreciate you sticking with us through this TRS Live Shopping. We'll take just a moment for a few more commercials, and then we will be back for the final hour of Bass Event #1 on Little Lake Butte.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
You know, you just bounced it right off of the pillar. There's no fish on it.
We need to find more laydowns.
Yeah.
Let's stand on this side. Where are you going? Just getting out of your way. Oh yeah. Nice one.
Looks to me like Ben and Brian made a move back to their starting spot and they're hooked up.
I think you is right.
Nice one, too.
There we go. 3 pounds.
Oh, they left that door just cracked open a little bit for Malika and Gag now, but they got some work to do. These kind of matches are what head-to-head is all about. Who can run the marathon? It's one thing to have a great period, one great hour, but...
Yeah, that third period for a couple of teams, or actually for a lot of teams, was pretty quiet.
But you're starting to see that sun peek out across most of our team's cameras. Should only help that bite, especially these guys who are targeting, well, I mean, the offshore smallmouth loves sun too.
Yes.
But especially the guys relying on that shallow largemouth deal like Frederick and Trudowski, Hansen and Poila, Hank and Matt could really use some sunshine to warm up the water and make this bite really good for this last hour.
That's me, right? Get him, get him.
Oh! Just about took the rod out of his hand.
Come over here.
Stay on.
If I was a kid, I wouldn't stand on the left side.
How big he is, but hope he helps. Oh, he's gonna help.
Oh!
There we go. Oops, sorry.
I can weigh him for you. Keep fishing if you want.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I gotta put it in my phone or no?
Okay, your phone out?
No, phone's in there.
114? Yep. Good.
114.
Moving that scoreboard.
And turning over the lead. Boom!
114, you got it right down Dale. Nice job, Dad.
Thank you.
The fish almost pulled him in the water. I don't know if you've seen it on camera, but he's like...
I told you I had one. You're like, no, that's me. I'm like, of course,
Well,
that's
I was
you.
like right over him, and I'm like ticking his line, and all of a sudden, he's like way down in here, and he's fighting it.
All right. Let's see here.
814 to 86.
Select angler.
114 he was.
Pounds. 3 pounds.
You guys are slowly finding their groove a little bit.
Yeah.
14 ounces, huh? Good?
Yeah, every team's got weight on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think every team's got a couple fish on the board too.
Yeah. Dean and Ward in the river.
If you don't have any plans for the weekend, might want to take a couple hours and come experience Little Lake Butte more.
And this weekend is supposed to be nice.
Just beautiful.
I think Sunday it's 80.
Yeah.
Close to 80. But you know what else is going on? Is, oh, he's hooked up, is the start of that white bass run.
Yeah. Yup. That's what I mean. There's some tournaments going on this coming weekend. Guys are out on the Wolf, on Green Bay, capitalizing on those bites. So the bite's still really, really good here on Little Lake, and chances are you might have it mostly to yourself.
Yeah.
All right. Will it score? It's going to be on the very bottom end of that. I think it's over a pound, though.
I think so.
I like the 1 pound minimum. Much less guessing here. Is it 2 pounds? Is it 114? Because we have seen a lot of 114s today, which last year wouldn't count towards the bottom line, and we probably wouldn't have nearly as tight of matches here. So.
Yeah, great adjustments. You know, every year head-to-head gets better and better and better.
Oh, them little ones are almost tougher to weigh than the big ones. Can't get them jokers to sit still. They made a big move. They went from one end of the lake to the total opposite other end.
That they did. Hey, speaking of catches, I see you're fiddling with some new hardware.
Yeah, I know. I can't stop messing with it.
I tell you, congratulations, taking the vows this past weekend.
Yep. Yep, big step. It was beautiful. Right there on the shores of Big Green Lake. If you were on Big Green this weekend, specifically Saturday, I was waving at you from the bank. But we were tying the knot, as they say.
What kind of knot worked for you best?
It was
polymer.
Yeah. We kept it simple. We're all about keeping it simple. So good old double Palomar got her done.
That's awesome. Yep. Congrats, man.
Well,
Tony hooked up.
That's gonna help.
It's gonna help.
Got about
12-pound deficit there.
About 40 minutes or so, a little over 40 minutes to get that taken care of.
Slowly dragging.
Close the gap.
Head.
Yeah.
Zeros.
Yeah, and like we said, Teshes are definitely leaving the door open. They've slowed down significantly, but riding that big wave from the first 2 quarters.
2-1.
2-1?
Oh, that's all right. Bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah.
In.
Boy, that sun looks nice out there.
Yeah, it does.
It's that kind of sun that you just lay down and bake in it.
How good does it feel when it finally comes out and it
comes up over the trees and you're just like,
you turn your back to the wind and you just feel, oh, he's hooked up. Jeff is hooked up. This is what they need. They need to go on a run.
Yeah. Just a couple of catches and they're right there.
There you go.
Oh.
Next.
Another nice fish. Keep going.
They heard us say last cast.
That last one drew him within 10 pounds.
I tell you, that one looks pretty wide.
Yeah,
Just slowly
that's a
drag.
nice
They're
fish.
busting bait up there now.
Okay, good. I guess we're gonna stay.
We might stay for a minute here.
I would say that's a safe idea.
Come on, clear. Zeros.
Oh, that is a nice one.
Yeah, it is.
2 pounds, 10 ounces.
210.
So important is you have fish that are busting. It is so important to stay on them, but also don't get a penalty.
Right.
Can
Make
you
sure you
imagine
get that
being
fish
in a
back
penalty and watching fish bust?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
You would need a lot of counseling to overcome that.
I don't think I got enough fingernails for that deal.
Bigger ones would be good.
Right?
Now we're gonna get picky.
I'm just glad we got 2 more bites.
Right? Bite
I
window.
mean, we don't break those 2 off, we're right there. But it's bound to happen.
Oh yeah.
Especially doing that.
Brings them within
I pitched up in
7.5 pounds of that.
Yeah.
That leading number.
Which you don't know.
Exactly. Set the hook,
This
get the
last
bite
fish
first.
was right out here.
Right out in the middle?
Yeah.
Which is 2, 3, 4s. Like we've seen him catch those size fish before in this match.
Right.
So this thing is way closer than it looks.
I wasn't
and it's
up in, I was out a little
it's a
bit
shame that
right
either
back.
of these teams have to record a loss after the day that they've had, but
yeah,
that's the thing about head-to-head.
These 2 teams are the heaviest weights.
Yes.
You know.
It's funny how that always seems to happen in these
Cast
deals.
out
Is
there this last time it was
2 teams have their best days and they just so happen to be going against each other, and there's going to be someone who squeaks out of here with a 10 or 12 pound win.
You know, last year there was a lot of that with when you had Tyson and Mitch together.
Yeah.
They were just squeaking by.
Right.
While other teams that were just hammering fish were losing.
Right.
You know, it was insane.
Yeah, these guys too. Just doing barely enough to squeak out wins, especially towards the tail end of that season.
Yep. Yep, these are our runners-up last year in the championship.
That one will score.
Do you think he'd leave me one fish to catch?
And sure, with that one, they're
Girls.
going to be a little less than 20 pounds behind the Lees, but can't forget, they also did put a 412 on the board. They have the potential, 4 swings of the bat, and this is a match too. So
right.
That's the thing about this pond is there's potential for big comebacks, especially with 40 minutes left.
Good guess, eh? Eh? Uncle Ron's a good guesser.
114.
Oh, wait. I guess I gotta throw. I threw in there too, and they didn't like that. They like that black, whatever thing you're throwing. $114. Unless it didn't update, it's my new catch. Oh yeah, we got a ways to go. He's got 29. We got 10-8. See how surprised I was? Surprised. It was 12 on there for a long time. Well, between catches, but
Back with the new ballers.
There's one. Net.
Hooked up. Oh!
Oh, it's a big one.
Almost a
It's a big
double.
one.
Oh,
Okay.
this will be pretty big. Their
Gotta keep her
hatchet is
down.
really tight.
Yes. Looking to put
There
some
you go.
gap on their
All
lead,
right.
and that one will do it.
We're on them. We did the right thing, kid.
Cool.
Choked it. Just had to wait for that sun to come up.
Oh, I thought I had one too here.
I see him, he double checks,
Oh.
he gives her one.
I don't know, maybe I
I
did.
think they like that cast again too.
I think they've proven that last year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you take one
might
thing
have had
away
one.
from this experience here, Bass League Event 1, it is that Little Lake Butte bass love a tube. And you can get the entire selection of Cast Again tackle tubes here at the Real Shot.
0.
They also do a great job, Ben does a great job kind of describing fitting
That
his
would be a
heads
bummer.
with his
Lost to
tubes.
lose one right
Yeah.
now.
It does a great job of matching his terminal to the sizes, and they've got a bunch of different sizes between the 2 1/4 finesse, 2 3/4, all the way up to the 4 1/2 inch flipping tube.
Good job.
Thanks.
And they got a head to match every single one.
I mean,
Here we go, Dad.
heck yeah.
Got to keep them going. That was a 2-1, correct?
Yeah.
In the lead now. Got about 1.5 pounds. 2 pounds.
Good job.
There we go.
Damn. How did this happen already? Phrase.
10-15 to 8-6.
Should I
Put
redo
a
it?
decent little gap on Richard and Hammond.
Give it, hey, switch.
Repeat?
Yeah.
Boy, it looked for a minute there like Riley was going to really right the wrongs from his first event last year, but they have gone slack quiet for a while.
Is that this making the noise? Oh. I don't know what it is. Black and blue again, or?
Yeah, sure.
Got a lot of anglers on the move towards the tail end of this match, trying to solidify their victories or solidify their comebacks. Back over to the Teshes. We just saw Malik and Gagnow get within a couple fish of them.
No.
Ben's got something to say about that.
Yep.
Yes. Another nice one.
We'll take it.
Zero. There you go.
Got a feeling this is something we'll see a lot this season. Guys jump out to an early lead and then just try and carry it as far as they can throughout the rest of the match. 2-1 on that one. Oh, puts them within 1 ounce of the 50-pound mark.
So close. You know, I gotta make a stop after the show today. I gotta go see Ty out on the floor.
Yeah.
I got a handful. Oh, there we go.
Matt Ward hooked up.
I got a handful of Michigan reels. I need him to spool for me.
Getting in on the big lake stuff. Mm-hmm. That time of year will be here before we know it.
I tell you, that spooling service that they do,
Ty does a great job on it.
Yeah, he does.
That's a good one. Guys need more where that came from, but will certainly help their total. With 33 minutes left, a 10-pound deficit is nothing, like we were just talking about with Tony and Jeff. That one came in as a 2-2. Draws those guys even closer to the Van Aerts. Who's that?
Oh.
On the move.
That is not a hard boat to recognize.
No.
That would be Hansen. And Poila?
Yes.
Poila.
Poila. P-O-Y-L-A.
P-O-Y-L-A.
Poila.
And how do you actually spell it?
You want to hit that rock right there?
P-O-H-J-O-L-A.
Yeah.
Poila.
I think those guys over there.
P-O-H-J-O-L-A.
Like
Spelling bee
stop
word.
sign?
Ah, God. Anytime you have a J in the middle of a word, I tremble in fear.
There's a fish.
That a boy.
That's a big
Welcome
one.
into Appleton. And Mitch is hooked up. That's right.
Over. You know, he looks like he's in that area where him and Tyson were last
Yeah.
Got him.
Take what you get.
Nice.
So I'm going to weigh him. You catch another one, all right?
A nice largie.
As Hank would say, that's a chunky monkey.
Yeah.
Right there.
Mm-hmm.
We should start
clear out for
a list of Hank sayings.
Yeah. I'm sure there'll be a bunch that come up throughout the year.
Yeah.
I want to clear that. Okay.
Hank's
Zeros?
fishing terms.
Correct.
Nice fish.
Thank you.
Fat.
It's going to be another nice largie for those guys.
211.
211?
Gosh, just when you start talking about Warden Keene making a little comeback.
All right, I got a conundrum here. I'm tubeless. Can I throw your swim
you know
bait?
what? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna. Largemouth. Go figure.
Doesn't really surprise me.
It's a good one.
Grabbed it, started swimming off.
Extends their lead in that match.
I really think we should go hit that bridge.
Bridge.
Where Al and I fished, caught all those big ones, you know?
Oh, in that corner.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna retie.
Well, yeah, you go ahead and retie. I'm gonna hit the front of this.
I like the sounds of that.
I might make a cast.
Actually, I like that idea. You said they were kind of stacked in there, hey?
Yeah, I mean.
Were you guys throwing the micro tube on that?
Oh yeah.
Just look at the education you get.
Yeah.
Micro tube, corner, bridge.
Yeah, that was a little spot on the spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of that corner.
Big fish. Those are all terms that I enjoy.
Yes. Especially when you can put them all together into one spot. Back over to Chris and Ron. They got themselves quite a deficit to the Lees to make up, but still looking to add towards that season total weight. Hooked up.
Is Uncle Ron?
Come on over here.
Johnny, how did you even know? Design.
I can't feel it. My hand is numb.
That thing looks chunky.
Yeah. That's going to be a good one.
Of the year.
Careful, Uncle Ron.
You knew Uncle Ron wasn't going to go
Chubby
fishless.
Yeah.
I'll go 2 pounds.
Zeros. Two, 4, lock it in. Oh, I don't know. 2, 4.
Solid one.
Nice fishy.
For our first fish of the year, it's a largie.
Good to see no change in game plan from these guys. They know what they do, and they do it really well.
That's right.
I need 24. Not 2, 4.
10 more like that one.
Back over to Brian and Ben. Right on the crest. Oh, you saw that one bite. Gosh. Keep them coming.
If he doesn't go, he'll be the largest dink.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's gonna be like a 1.2. Thing is tiny.
Zero. $111.
111.
Exceeded their expectations.
Yeah, it did. It exceeded my expectations too.
You gotta hold that one up.
Bumps that one over the 50-pound mark. 51 pounds, 10 ounces on the day for these guys. Tony and Jeff made a move, and just as they were hoping to not happen, the Teshes put that gap right back on them. The Lees have made a little move here too.
Yeah, they have. They've gotten out of that southern zone. Oh.
There we go. Hooked up. Hooked up.
Oh, that was a big swirl.
Nice one. Want me to grab him? Nope. I got him. Flip him in.
Oh boy.
It's a giant.
Oh my God.
Giant smallmouth.
Whoa.
Giant smallmouth. Want me to grab him or are you going to flip him? Giant smallmouth.
Oh my God. Don't.
Oh my gosh. You're crazy, dude.
Dang.
Check
that one out.
Yeah, buddy. Andy, he's a madman, Andy.
He is a madman, gee.
Oh my God.
Oh
Don't
my
go
God.
anywhere. Stay here. I know, I spot locked this. Zeros.
Oh, that's going to be another
fish
4-pounder.
hit the deck, the bait pops out. 4.5. Yeah, 4.
Go.
He's flipping a 4.7? What is wrong with you?
Dang, that's crazy. Beautiful.
Wow.
Beautiful fish.
Oh my God.
God, just the most perfectly built smallmouth you ever seen.
Dang,
Wow.
dude, that is crazy. Good stuff. Was he told you I was feeling the swim jig? Was he?
The Lees said at the Meet the Anglers they're holding nothing back this year.
Safely.
They're going for it all. They want the number 1 seed. They want the championship.
bridge
And I would say they're off to a pretty good start.
You know what would help? Straight in towards the
A net.
bridge.
A net.
I wouldn't blow right onto it, but I'd blow close.
A good one.
Dave hooked up.
Small, you think?
I don't know. I'd say a largemouth, but we're going to see.
Bet you it's a sheephead.
Don't say
How
that.
about that?
No.
That's a good little spot right there. Probably a big smallie. You got your drag set on that thing?
Yes, I do.
Biting like a good one.
Be a bass. Be a bass. I'd shake him like a smallie. Oh, it is. Bass, I think. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's not a big one.
Take it.
Not nearly as big as I thought he was. He had him right there in the corner of the mouth.
All right, I'll let you do that.
I'm still hyperventilating from Ming.
Geez, the way you're
Boat
fighting
flipping
that
a
thing, I thought it was like a
4.7.
5-pounder.
Hey, go catch your largemouth.
Tube right in the top of the lip.
Oh boy, is that a perfect feeding strike. Top dead center.
Yep.
TDC.
This thing is pinned. There it is.
Mitch just broke right off.
Yep. Like you were talking about, the zebra mussels on this place are crazy.
Yeah,
You go through all those tube jigs already?
It is a
I got more of them in that
snaggy
drawer.
place.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get a 0. Zero?
And go to.
115.
Go to.
115. Oop.
Oh!
Oop.
Go to.
115.
There it is. 2 pounds.
Oh, locked in as a 2-pounder.
All you had to do was tug on that tail a little
Right.
bit.
A little bit helps, right?
Just had to hold his mouth just right.
Cast under that second, the second string on the dock there. Hold on. Oh, I didn't cast. Whew.
What were you
I
worried
gotta
about?
put that in the. I gotta put that into the weigh live before
Man,
I cast.
who knew tubes were so good at catching bass?
Yeah.
I mean, head-to-head fishing and a tube jig go together about like peanut butter and jelly.
Oh boy. Got one.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a big one. It's a big smallie.
Big smallie.
I don't know if it's 3 pounds, but we need it.
Oh gosh, this is gonna make this match so tight. If they can land it, got it. Oh boy, this one is gonna be tight.
Oh, I saw my line running. My drag's a little loose too.
I think that's going to get him about halfway.
Yeah.
I don't know about choked it, but he ate it pretty good. He was out towards the end of it. All right.
Needs to be a 211. I don't think it's that, but gosh, it's gonna be close.
2.7.
2.7.
That was bigger than I
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be
How much
more
were they up
in
by?
that
2.9?
like pound and 3/4
Yeah.
area, but nice fish.
This one's gonna come down to the very end.
You know, I think we might just want to sit here.
19 minutes left.
You just slacklining it?
Yeah, I saw it was a little further away, so I just set the hook.
Oh, 2 ounces.
Well, we're down by 2 ounces.
Oh boy.
Showtime.
Showtime. Oh, it's been a while since we caught one.
Yeah.
Jump back over to Brian and Ben Tesh. Put that gap right back on Malik and Gag now. Hooked up.
And they're going to add to it.
Zero. I'm just gonna stand back here with you.
Another
Jordan.
2 something. I'm gonna say.
Two 8.
2.8.
Nice. Good quality fish.
Just when you thought Jeff and Tony were gonna battle back into this one, Brian and Ben pulling away here in the last 20 minutes or so. We also had Stefan and Stefan put a 1.5 on the board while we were watching these guys reel one in. Time is closing down in that match too. Getting to be now or never.
Right now, the matchup to watch is the Richard Hammond and the Neubauer.
Yeah.
2 ounces.
2 ounces.
Separating that.
One of our lower weight matches of the day too. Just proves even when you do have an off day, you are still in it just the same.
Absolutely.
It is going to count the exact same in the win column for all of these teams, no matter what they weighed. So
back with the Lees.
just saw them boat flip a 4.6.
Oh! She's hooked up. flipping in a, I'm going to say
Weigh
a
him.
one.
He might be a pound, dude. He is a pound.
Yeah, he's a pound.
1.5.
He's about to pitch him back. Come on.
Scale. Zeros.
No question, these are guys that are going to be in the conversation for that number 1 seed at the end of the year if they can keep this up.
1.8.
Every fish matters. Let's go.
You jacked him so hard, dude.
Huh?
I said you jacked him so hard.
You got to.
Back with Tesh. They have expanded their lead this period.
Put about a 13-pound gap on Malika and Gag now.
Oh, he's hooked up. One of our 5 father and son duos.
Yep. Putting in work.
Yep.
Nice one.
Too bad.
Another beautiful smallmouth for these guys.
Your hand bleeding from all of my weighing all my fish?
Yep. Zero.
Fair to say, Bass League Event 1 has given us as much and more than what was asked for. Our guys have absolutely put a hurting on them today. Some nice smallmouth, some nice largemouth. Really strong weights across the board.
I'm gonna start entering a few of these as I'm catching them instead of you.
Oh. I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Oh boy. Anson and Poyle have taken the tin rig way up somewhere. Ooh. Hooked up. Oh, that looked like a nice boil.
Oh!
Yeah. Gosh, the average these guys have been
Look
on.
at that.
Unbelievable. Wow. And they are way back in somewhere.
Oh, yeah, that's a good place back there.
It's going to be another one close to 4. Gotta be.
To me, that looks closer to 5.
Yeah. Beautiful largemouth.
Oh, look at those things.
Came in as a 311.
That's it?
Yeah. It just.
I would have put money on it. That was like 4.5.
Yeah.
4 3/4.
It certainly looked it.
Maybe I do exaggerate.
Oh.
Oh, left
almost left him hanging. These two started slow, really found their groove towards the mid part of this match, and ultimately it looks like the number 1 seed from last year won half of it. Actually, both of the number 1 seeds from last year have broke out into their own teams, and they're both starting the season with a W. Back over to Matt and Hank. On the wrong end of that Hanson-Poila beatdown right now, but they have been fun to watch all day. Put a hurting on some northern pike.
Hank dropping some wisdom for us all.
I feel like this has been hit about 5 times today. We've seen several boats come out of here already.
Yeah, use the Ozark rake.
Looks like Hank's taking a breather.
Okay. Well, we're ending the day. We got about 10 minutes. There's a nice bank here with some lay-down trees. We've caught at least half of our fish today have been off of just really little isolated pieces of wood, you know, down banks that had docks and all kinds of stuff, but one little lay down or one little twig generated the bite for us. So we saw this bank with all kinds of wood on it and figured we should come take a look at it. The fish have been really shallow all day. I mean, it's a pretty shallow fishery, so I don't think that that's unusual. I would actually like to fish this afternoon because I think the bite's only going to get better. And, you know, we only got 10 minutes left, so we're not going to get to do that. But pretty fun day. Not complaining. Our first experience with head-to-head fishing. We got our clocks clean, so that's not a good sign.
What? What's not a good sign?
We got our clocks cleaned. Meaning we got beat.
Oh.
Oh.
I just had a bite.
You have a bite?
Yeah. Again. Again.
It's a nice looking bank, eh? Shallow, but it looks good.
Not good. Not good. Not good.
Not good. Man, a few words. What do you think of the pike fishing here?
Great.
Nothing?
Great.
Oh.
I got a feeling he's going to be a character all season long. Tough start for him, but Matt said that they've never been here before.
Just
today, when they put the boat in the water, was the first time they'd ever seen the place. So.
Like how deep? 2 foot?
Nah, like
What?
1.5 feet. Like you can almost see bottom.
Oh, that's shallow. Shallow.
Little laydowns.
Come on, get her. There's a big tree right there.
There's a what?
Big tree.
Yep.
I want to check the time. How much more long we have? 6 minutes. Got 6 minutes.
Whoa!
Hold on to her.
We can all appreciate moments like that.
Yeah, all been there. From the Steffens, we head over to the Lees.
Oh, jeez.
Get him, Chief.
There you go.
Get him.
Team Chief.
Swim
Or
jig
Lees.
style.
Let's go.
Nice
to our season
fish.
Half
total, right?
expected it to be a 6-pounder.
Yeah, exactly.
Adding to our season total, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to Mang and just say, hypothetically, how big does it have to be before you do get in that?
He'd probably tell you 11 pounds.
213.
These guys have been on a strong average too.
13.
Yeah, they have. They've been doing
Caught some really nice
Wait,
fish.
214. Right?
About what we expected
214?
from the Lees for today. 214 on that one.
Strong showing.
Every ounce matters. 214. Thank you, sir.
Them guys fished this stretch already too.
Oh. 214. 5 minutes. Come on, let's break 40, dude.
You know, this time of year, it's interesting. You can have a boat go through and fish an area, but with the sun coming up and things, you can have fish come in and load.
Absolutely.
So, you know, you go through there, fish it, don't get anything. You can go back a little bit later, try it again, because there might
Absolutely.
be fish moving in.
We had, when we fished here, fished that tournament out here earlier this year, we had 2 or 3 key stretches and we would just rotate through them, slow pick through them, catch a couple, and then come right back to them in an hour or two, and there'd be fish on every single tree again. So they are absolutely pulling in, reloading. These fish are on the move in this pre-spawn time, and just because someone's fished down a stretch does not mean you should not give it a try. So we watch this tight match here. Riley Richard and John Hammond, they are 2 ounces behind the Neubauers, Dale and Grant. One more bite as time closes out would be huge for these two. 2.5 minutes remaining.
I can't imagine the pressure cooker that's going on right now. 2 ounces.
Yeah. You know, one more bite would put you there.
They need a 1 pound bite.
2 minutes to do something cool. Remember, if you're going on, you gotta get it in quick so it's like over the gunnel before time stops.
Very reminiscent of last year when Riley Richard delivered that knockout punch to Bliss and Meadow in the last literally 30 seconds of their match. It was about like this. Both teams kind of lower weights on the day, but that one fish put them over the top.
Oh, no.
No, we don't have time to retie.
You just gonna flip your jig rest of the time?
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this and
Pray.
1 minute.
Hail Mary.
Yeah,
Pass.
1 minute left.
Well, he does his best work under 30 seconds.
That's right.
Oh, last cast.
Three, two, one.
Yeah, that does it.
And we are
Shucks.
lines out for Bass League event number 1.
Well,
what a thriller. Jeez. Started off hot this morning, kind of cooled off in the end, but at the end of the day, we had some super tight matches.
Yeah.
Some really great weights. Some guys really put on a show today for us, and we got the Bass League season off to about as good a start as we could have asked for.
Absolutely. This was a fantastic tournament. In my opinion, this showed out the way I expected it to. You know, it was a slugfest. We had, you know, one matchup, just kind of heavyweight championship matchup. But all in all, we saw a lot of fish catches. We saw a lot of different areas, a lot of different techniques, largemouth, smallmouth. This place shined.
Yeah, it did. Absolutely it did. We'll take a look at that scoreboard and pull up the Sportomotive scoreboard, see how everything shook out here today. The Lees, they put a hurting on them, just like we figured they would. 38-3. Frederick and Trudowski had a strong day themselves. One really nice fish to start the season off, but 17-1, just a little short of the Lees there. Hansen and Poila also put a whacking on them like we figured they would as well. Started slow, kind of blanked that first period. We thought that this might be a serious match there between Stefan and Hansen and Poila, but towards the end they kind of found their groove, 32 even to 11-5 for the Stefans. Fun duo to watch, both of those teams. I'm really excited to watch them throughout the rest of the season. I think that there's a lot of character in those two boats, and I would be surprised if we didn't see that matchup again at some point here in the playoffs. So Ward and Keene unfortunately found themselves on the wrong end of a Van Aert and Van Aert beatdown. That is going to be a dangerous team all season long. They proved it here in this first one. 24 even, slow and steady. You look at their totals through all of the quarters there. Kept putting fish in the boat, and that's the biggest thing. You see Ward and Keene started with a decent start and then had 2 slow periods there and ended it with a fairly slow fourth quarter. Tough to beat the Van Aerts when that's what's going on the board. And then that barn burner matchup between the Tesches and Malika and Gagnow, unfortunately, seems like the trend from last season continues.
It is.
Tony and Jeff found themselves on the wrong end of the Tesh and Tesh beatdown, 56-7. One of the highest Bass League totals that we've seen. 56-7 for Ben and Brian Tesh. Tony Malika, Jeff Gagnow, a very solid performance, and it will absolutely help their season total weight, 40 pounds, 8 ounces, but kicking their season off with a loss. 22 even, 10-14 in those first 2 hours of competition. Just couldn't keep it going.
That's tough. That's tough when you build that much momentum.
Then the Neubauers and Richard and Hammond, where we ended our day, 10-15 to 10-13. The kind of matchups that head-to-head is made for right there. A 2-ounce difference between those two teams. At the end of the day, you look at that 0-0 in the third hour for Richard and Hammond, and ultimately that was the backbreaker for them. Neubauer stayed steady, 2-1, 2-14, 2-1, and 3-15. Those 2 fish really in that fourth quarter were what put them over the top. Congratulations to those guys in a tight head-to-head matchup. You can see the updated seeding right there next to the names. Tesh and Tesh got that #1 seed for now after event 1. Boys will be chasing them all year long. Think you have to give that Sportomotive match of the day to Tesh and Tesh versus Malika and Gagnow. The Teshes put on a great show for us. 23 total fish caught. 4-7 was their big fish. They had the size, they had the numbers. Malika and Gagnow did too. 4-7 was their big fish. 15 fish caught only. That was the difference maker. This match was tight from the very beginning. It's your Sportomotive match of the day, and both of those teams are ones to watch as we go further down the line here this head-to-head season.
Absolutely. You know, you wonder in that matchup, you know, the Malika Gagnell, they started around 2 other boats, and you just wonder if being limited as far as where they could go, if that hurt them, or if that helped them. You know, maybe it made them sit where that concentration of fish was. But both teams, fantastic job. Congratulations to all the team. What a great first outing. Great first showing for everybody.
Way more than we could have asked for in the first head-to-head bass event of the year. Y'all stick with us. We'll be right back with another head-to-head bass event soon. Stay tuned to the social medias to watch all the highlights from this match, as well as preview what we got coming with head-to-head fishing. Also, be sure, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, be sure to give us a follow there and subscribe on YouTube. It all helps. We appreciate you guys. Till next head-to-head event, Andy Cleveland and I, we're out.
Got one. Good one.
Oh, let's go, dude. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Look. There you go. All right.
Got one. Oh.
Got him. Get the net. Get you some of that.
There's one.
Boom! Yes! Let's go!
Ooh, good one.
Boom! 4?
Almost. 4-7.
4-7. Yes! Oh,
Got a jig in the middle of a knot.
That's a fish, dude.
That a boy.
Small. It's not that small. It's actually a big one.
The line might be.
Yeah, let's go. That's a good.
Yo. 3-3? 4-1 and 3-3. Yep. No big motor.
Nice chunky one.
That way you can keep fishing.
Yeah.
Eagle claws. Come on, eagle claws. Get him. Get him. Get him. Nice largemouth. Okay, keep going. Oh, here we go. Net. Oh, boy.
Let's go! Good night!
Beautiful. Go. Go. I knew there was one sitting on that dock post. I looked at him. Another big one. Another big one. Nice. See, I saw that. It's a giant. Giant smallmouth, dude. Giant smallmouth. Want me to grab him or you gonna flip him? Giant smallmouth. Flip him. Flip him. Oh, shoot. You're crazy, dude. It's crazy. Beauty. Beautiful fish. Good job.
That does a trick one too.